Before there was a nation, there was an idea that ordinary people in extraordinary moments could bend history towards something better. For 250 years, we have been tested, and every time we have struggled, we have fought.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
And we have risen.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Because defiance is the engine of this country.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Unbelievable. There we go. There's the slam.
So then, how did we end up here?
Are you a U.S. citizen, sir? Why would I answer you?
Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
A nation awake, led by a man who is not a theater of noise.
Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
We're a superpower, and under President Trump,
A system that speaks in spectacle and answers to no one.
But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're
she was trying to ram this guy with her car.
I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
To defeat the swamp, we must enter the swamp. Not as part of it, but as the storm that floods it. From places power never looks, from voices it never counts.
DC sandwich guy.
acquitted.
Get the out of our city!
If you have a fucking blower, bring it up!
Where are you from, Mr. Mills, with your big ass body? Come on, man, look at your offices. Hey, the favors guy.
We rise.
Organizers say at least 7 million Americans took to the streets.
People who refuse to sit down.
Say it again.
I will not stop now. I will not stop ever.
Fear is the tool of a tyrant.
Hi, Mr. President.
So, FCCU.
So if you stand for truth, I need you to stand up today.
I ain't backing down.
Eyes out.
Defiance built this country. Defiance freed it. And tonight, defiance returns.
Hello, everybody! Woo! Good evening, everyone here in the room, everyone on the live stream across America. I am Miles Taylor, the founder of Defiance.org. Welcome to State of the Swamp, the rebuttal to the State of the Union. If you don't know about us, I'm going to tell you quickly. We are a nonprofit civic club founded to answer one question. What can I do? Every single week, we announce an action to combat one of Donald Trump's abuses of power, whether that is supporting the whistleblowers, disclosing violations of the Constitution from inside this administration, whether that is suing Donald Trump all the way to the Supreme Court, whether that is standing with protesters in the streets and helping them know their rights to document agents violating the law, or as we announced last month, bringing together prosecutors to hold those agents accountable when they violate the law. I'm going to tell you something about our organization and our members. We're not doom scrollers. We're not whiners. We do. And this event tonight is called what it is because Donald Trump came to Washington on a promise. He promised he would drain the swamp, the corruption, and the grift. And instead of draining the swamp, he turned America into the swamp. He expanded the swamp. But we thought, who better to help us navigate the swamp than a creature born in the swamp. The frogs. If you had your head buried in the sand last year, you might have missed that the symbol of defiance in the United States of America became the frog. Why? Because when Donald Trump looked into Portland, Oregon, and he said, the protesters are terrorists and insurrectionists, some brave people showed up at an ICE facility armed with inflatable frog costumes. They inflated. They danced to EDM music, and it was one of the greatest Emperor Has No Clothes moments we have ever seen in American history. I want to thank the Portland Frog Brigade for helping to co-host this event tonight. Thank you to the Portland Frog Brigade. I want to thank our live stream partner, Courier. I want to thank Task Force. I want to thank our new media partners, many of whom you follow on Substack. I want to thank Now This, and I especially want to thank ticket holders and members of Defiance.org in all 50 states and territories, by the way, for their courage and commitment. Thank you. I have got 3 quick things to say to Donald Trump tonight. The first one is this: my crowd is bigger than your crowd. And given what I know about how many Democratic members of Congress have boycotted the State of the Union tonight, that is a fact. And he is not going to like that there are more people on the floor here than there are going to be on the House floor of the House of Representatives. Second thing I want to tell Donald Trump: you tried to silence me. You tried to silence us, and you failed. Like a lot of people in this room, I stood up against that man. My family suffered the consequences. Twice, I have lost jobs because of him. I have lost our savings because of him. I have lost our family's security. I have lost close friends. I'm not the only one who's been threatened. My wife has been threatened. My 18-month-old daughter has been threatened. And you know what? That's how the President of the United States wanted it. He wanted to shut us up. He wanted to shut us up. And when we wouldn't shut up, he, of course, said, well, the reason we wouldn't shut up is because we're trying to make a buck. And I'll tell you what, it was really important that he said that, because it showed me something I'd forgotten, that Donald Trump underestimates the opposition because he doesn't understand them. We are not like him. I am not like him. Donald Trump may be in this to make a buck, to take taxpayer dollars from you. But unlike Donald Trump, we can't be bribed. We can't be bought. We can't be bullied. And we will not barter our conscience for a better room in a skyscraper. And finally, let me say this. Donald Trump may have turned America into his personal swamp out there across the country, but we will be the ones to drain it. And I'm going to make you a promise tonight. Like dictators before him, his fake gold facade will fall. And the people in this room and across America will spend years removing his name and his legacy from buildings. We will remove his name from monuments. We will remove his name from government programs he has desecrated. And I will tell you this, at the end of all of that, in place of the faded words of Donald J. Trump on the facade of those buildings and facilities, we will put the words of the United States Constitution. So let me say this. Donald Trump did something he did not expect. He united us. Donald Trump united millions of Americans across this country who are now determined and who are now defiant. And tonight, at this event, you will not hear from him. You will hear from them. So let me first welcome to the stage someone who has been a vocal and strident defender of the United States Constitution and the First Amendment. Please welcome Zeteo founder Mehdi Hassan.
Why? But we'll also ask number two, strong? Strong? Is a democracy strong when a secret police is murdering American citizens in the street in cold blood? Is a democracy strong when lawmakers are being indicted, journalists are being arrested, comedians are being pulled off the air? Is a democracy strong when judges are being threatened, their rulings ignored, their families are being mentioned? Because the truth is that the state of our union is not strong. It is weak. It is stressed. It is being stress tested right now by a man who declares himself a dictator, who has always believed that laws are for other people. For other people. A man who not just frustrates us, he angers us. And here's the thing, though. The fact that you are angry is a good thing. The fact that you are alarmed at the state of our democracy is a good thing. The fact that you are here, watching, organizing, showing up, making noise is a good thing. Because apathy is what authoritarians rely on. Our silence is what they feed off of. They want you to look around at all the chaos and say, it's just too much. They want you to think nothing I do matters. They want you to believe that voting is pointless. It won't make a difference. But democracy is not a spectator sport. It's a participation one. Democracy is not something you have. It's something you do. It's something you build and rebuild again and again, time after time, generation after generation, tyrant after tyrant. You rebuild it. This country has faced dark times before. Slavery, segregation, McCarthyism, all of those things were defeated, not because America is immune to fascism or autocracy. It isn't. But because ordinary people, citizens, decided that they would not accept those things as natural or normal in this country. So tonight, when Trump gives his State of the Union, I want you to remember, his speech, God help us all, is not what matters. What matters is what happens after his speech. What matters is what we do next. Remember, fascism is not destiny. It is a choice. It can be fought. It can be rejected, but only if we reject it together. And you know what gives me hope tonight? What gives me hope is that there are more of us than there are of them. There are more of us than there are of them. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, America has been saved before, not by presidents, not by billionaires, not by kings, but by citizens. It will be saved again the exact same way. By you, by me, by we, the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next to the stage, former Homeland Security Advisor at the White House, Olivia Troy.
I'm short. Here it is. I defy blind loyalty to any one man. I defy fear as a governing strategy. And I defy the idea that patriotism belongs to any one party. I'm Olivia Troy. I did serve in the first Trump White House. I sat in the rooms where decisions were made, and I saw what happens when power stops serving the country and starts serving itself. So I walked away. Not because it was easy, but because integrity mattered more than my title. I knew there would be consequences, not just for me, but for my family. I was serving in his White House, and I stood up to him publicly. When too many chose comfort over courage, they still do that today. Because I knew what a second term would unleash. And now we're living it. This isn't law and order. It is power demanding obedience. This is not the America that I swore an oath to protect. Donald Trump demands loyalty to him. We, the people, demand loyalty to the Constitution. I stand here as a daughter of an all-American boy who grew up on a farm and became a truck driver, and a Mexican immigrant mother. Mama, gracias. Te amo. I am the American dream, and that promise is being broken now. While Republican leadership in Washington demands applause tonight, families like the one I grew up in are choosing between rent and groceries, working full-time and still falling behind. Immigrant families are living with real fear. Parents are afraid to take their children to school. Workers are afraid to show up at jobs they've held for years. Families are hurting. That's the real state of the union, Donald Trump. But let me be clear, we will not let fear control us. So here's my message to those Trump enablers sitting in the Capitol tonight. We are not your audience. We are your employers. And we will remind you of that at the ballot box. I believe in ethics over ego. I believe the American dream is worth defending. And I'm asking all of you here in the audience tonight and at home to defend it with me. Not with violence, not with hatred, but with courage, like the courage that it takes to show up tonight. Keep showing up, organize, protect your neighbors, refuse to be silent, and most of all, you've got this, you know this, vote. Because fear doesn't work here. Not in our cities, not in our communities, not in this country. We are not afraid. We are not silent, and we will not back down. I stood up once, and I never backed down. And I know millions of Americans are ready to stand with me. So when I say stand up, you say defy. Stand up. Defy. We stand up. Defy. Let's defy together. Have a great night. Thank you, Portland Frog Brigade. You're awesome. To my friend Miles Taylor, thank you for putting this together. See you all later.
Please welcome to the stage Congressman Jason Crow, Democrat of Colorado.
Hi, everybody. Well, Donald Trump keeps on trying to put me in prison. A few weeks ago, he asked his political goons at DOJ to try to get a grand jury to indict me and Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin and our other fellow vets. They failed. They will always fail because I took an oath to this country. I've taken many oaths to this country to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's a lifetime oath. and it never stops for me. But here's the thing. This wasn't about our video. This wasn't about us actually doing our job as members of Congress and reminding our service members of what their obligation and what their duty compels them to do. What it was Donald Trump trying to send a message to America. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about the video. The message that he was trying to send is that if you step out of line, if you dare speak up, if you dare question authority, that we will come and we will crush you. That the costs will be too high. Well, he failed to send that message. He chose the wrong people, and he's been trying to send that message in other places, in Minneapolis, in Portland, in Denver, and he's failing everywhere. Well, they're trying to send us messages, so I have a message for them. I'm pretty bad about sitting back in a foxhole and letting people just throw grenades at me and just taking it. So we are going to start imposing costs on them. I'm taking names. Justice and accountability is coming. You cannot hide behind your masks forever. And if you think you can operate with impunity, murder Americans, deport Americans, abuse our communities, violate the law, turn your back on the Constitution, accountability is coming. They think, Donald Trump thinks, that fear is contagious. He wants us to be afraid and he wants it to spread like wildfire. What is instead more and more clear is that courage is more contagious. There are plenty of examples of cowardice in our country. CEOs bending the knee, law firms cowing, universities kissing the ring. But here's the thing. At great moments in our nation's history, when we've been up against the ropes, it's never been the elite and the privileged that have come to save us. Never has. And it's never their story. It's never the story of those who bow and cow and cower. It's always the people. Everyday Americans, the Alex Prettys, the Renee Goods, who gave their life to literally stand in the breach. The thousands of Minnesotans who at great risk stood on the line and documented and filmed and took pictures so that the rest of the world and America could see the abuses and what was happening. They are the ones. We are the ones. This is our moment. We will continue to stand up. The tide is turning in America. Courage is contagious. Don't give up the ship. Thank you.
And now a video message from congressional candidate George Conway.
We have a criminal in the White House, a wannabe dictator who wants this country run just for him and to screw everyone else. He's not a president. He's a deranged narcissist steamrolling our democracy. This isn't normal, and we can't let that loser, Donald Trump, get away with it. So get up, speak out, and vote. Don't let them lie to you. Call out this administration for the grifters they are every chance you get. And don't let him bully you. He thrives on fear because he doesn't want us to know how weak, dumb, and sad of a little man he really is. Don't give up. We'll win this, and we'll impeach him and anyone else complicit in destroying our democracy. And we'll make America normal again.
Please welcome to the stage a panel on the fight for the First Amendment led by moderator Jim Acosta, host of The Jim Acosta Show, Delaware Governor Matt Meyer, award-winning journalist Terry Moran, and civil rights leader, best-selling author, and Committee for the First Amendment co-chair Rashad Robinson.
Wow. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. Why did I not get frog ears or frog eyes? Should I put one on? What do you think? I don't know. As an old news guy, the hair is very important. You know, I'm 6'2" with the hair, you know. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Why not? You know what? As a wise man once said, we'll do it live. Welcome to the National Press Club. It has not been renamed the Trump National Press Club. And it never fucking will. And for those of you who watch my show, you know I say the F word all the time. So we just say fuck it, right? If we're not going to say fuck in a time like this, when are we going to say it, ladies and gentlemen? That is my position, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We have an esteemed panel joining us this evening to talk about this fight for the First Amendment. That was one of the very first things that Trump went after in Trump 1.0, and he, of course, went after it again this second time around. We've got a great panel. Let's have everybody introduce themselves, starting with you, Rashad, and then we'll go down the line here.
Hey, everyone. I love this energy. I'm Rashad Robinson. I'm a civil rights leader, and I am the co-chair of the Committee for the First Amendment, working to protect the First Amendment all around the country, moving artists and activists to stand up.
All right.
And I'm Terry Moran. I'm an independent journalist.
I am Matt Meyer, governor of the first state, and there are more frogs in this room than there are people in my state. Thank you.
Very good. We love the first state. There was a whole thing we would go get the beer. Could we get the beer on Sundays, or you couldn't get the beer on Sundays?
Get the beer on Sunday any day.
That was
24/7.
oh, very good.
Not
Okay,
24/7.
I remember that being a DC kid going to the beach. Anyway, I digress. We've got important things to talk about. Governor, let me start with you first. You have not been governor of Delaware for very long, but one of the very first things that you did was stand up for the First Amendment, stand up for the free press. And tell us about that.
That's right. Two of the first bills I signed were making sure you cannot ban books in our great state of Delaware. And the second thing was making sure slap lawsuits. There are these lawsuits where people try to misuse the First Amendment to prevent people from letting their voice be heard. And we're not going to have any of that in our first state. More broadly, what I'd say is what I'm seeing with the First Amendment, but not just the First Amendment, across our community in Delaware and across the country, is that billionaires are taking control. That we have a president who has used the worst of Citizens United to put this country at the disposal of a very few people, very few privileged people who want a country that's very, very different from what you and I want. And they're controlling the media. They're controlling what the citizens of Delaware see and hear and understand. They're controlling what each of you understand. And tonight in the State of the Union, I think we're going to see more of that, of media manipulation, information manipulation. I so appreciate events like this where people are standing up and saying, we the people are stronger than these few. We need to fight to win our country. We are winning. Look at the numbers. We are winning. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you, Governor. And I can see the sign that says damn straight right over your head there. So it reminds me a little bit of another Delawarean back in the day who might have been down the street, and if only he were still there. But anyway, Terry Moran, independent journalist. Terry was being modest, a longtime ABC News correspondent, White House correspondent, Supreme Court reporter. Terry's one of the best in the business. And, you know, Terry, you were ahead of the curve in one very big way. For those of you who don't remember, Terry put out a tweet about Stephen Miller. and it made a lot of news and pissed off some corporate overlords at ABC. Terry, talk about that and why that was important, because to me, that was a sneak preview of coming attractions. Look what has happened with respect to Terry. Yeah, look what has happened with the effect that Stephen Miller has had on this country. Look at the effect. ICE in Minnesota, the detention centers, which I want to talk more about. But Terry, tell us about that moment, why you did it, and what do you think it means going forward?
Well, I wrote it because I thought it was true.
There you go.
And you know, that is actually why it's become a big deal. It's become a big deal in my life. It got me fired, but it's become a big deal in some ways, which is odd. And I will say there was nothing planned about it, although I will also add, because it was posted at 5 minutes after midnight, some people, it was not a drunk tweet. I promise. What it was a very sober, what it was, in fact, I was quite proud of it in many ways, still am. What it was something that had been, you know, I'd been reporting on this administration, interviewed the president, had a good time with that. And then over the course of days and weeks, it was just gnawing at me, as fretting, right? Tossing and turning about our country and what's happening to it. And I was out walking the dog, so I'm blaming the dog for this. And I just said, that guy, that effing guy, because I'm not going to drop that.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I can't. It's my dear mother in heaven. But it started, it was in the middle of the afternoon. I was pondering it. And then, you know, we had dinner and watched, what was it? We watched some movies, a George Clooney movie, so I'm blaming George Clooney as well.
Good night and good luck, maybe, or something.
No, that's what everybody says. Did you go see the play and were you inspired? No, it was, the kids had never seen that. I can't remember. Anyway, Ocean's 11. That's what it was, which is a great family movie. But if you want to keep your job, don't watch it. Anyway, so I we got into bed, and as one does, is on the phone. And I kind of had come up with something in my head, and I posted it. I thought, okay. And just before I hit send, actually, I thought to myself, this is hot. This is, you know, hard language. But then I thought, it's a description. I thought, this is a description of the public man that we see every day that is just horrifying as an American public official. Yes, and it was, I guess, getting to me. Anyway, the next morning, you got to take that down, da-da-da-da-da. I will say this, the White House made clear that if I wasn't fired, all right, I'm telling a tale out of school here. ABC News was like, you're going to be on a 2-week suspension if we can keep it to that, but it's going to the West Coast. And this is the only reason I mention that, because that's the corporate pressure on Disney. And then I knew it was done at that point. But here's what I learned from it. Now that I'm in independent media, where so much is happening, I love it. I love it. The First Amendment isn't, a statement of law. It isn't even a commitment to law. It is a practice, and we have to practice it because we can't count on a lot of institutions to do it for us.
That's right. And that's what tonight is all about in many ways. I mean, we're here guarding the First Amendment right here. All of you with us tonight, you're defending it. You're on the front lines. And all of you who supported us tonight, thank you. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause. It means a lot. Even the frogs. Especially the frogs. And Rashad, tell us about how you've been on the front lines of this battle for the First Amendment in this country. And you've been working with somebody who I think the audience might know something about. Tell us about that.
Well, the Committee for the First Amendment is a project that was founded or refounded by Jane Fonda, whose father was part of the original Committee for the First Amendment. And it includes over 3,000 artists and celebrities who are working to use their power to help more people recognize what's at stake and also to challenge their own industry about what is happening, both the consolidation of media, the ways in which corporations are engaged. But let me be clear about what's happening. As someone who has led the largest boycott in American history, which was the $7 billion boycott against Facebook because of the ways in which their algorithms and the ways in which their corporate profits put us in harm's way is that corporations every single day are trying to make us believe that the inequality that we see in the world is unfortunate rather than unjust. And the ways in which they're trying to make us feel like it's unfortunate rather than just is because they want us to ask for charitable solutions to structural problems. They want us to be able to say that we send water bottles to communities that don't have clean water instead of cleaning the pipes. We do after-school programs instead of actually dealing with the inequality in public education. And along the way, they want to take away our voice in the process. But what I've understood every single day is that we will always lose in the back rooms if we don't have people lined up at the front door. And so our work today and our work moving forward is to be able to raise our voices in very clear ways and to hold the enablers accountable and to say that you cannot come for our money by day and try to take away our vote by night, try to make us unsafe by night, try to make it harder for us to be able to get health care and all of the other things we deserve. So our First Amendment is why I get to sit here today. But I also want us to recognize that part of this work is recognizing that there is no time machine that we should be trying to get in and go backwards. I am a Black gay civil rights leader, and besides maybe besides like clothes and music, there's no time in the past that I want to go back to. I don't want to get out of that time machine and see how things are working. So our work today is also about what do we do together to build the future that we all deserve, a future that we actually haven't ever experienced. That is going to be the work about coming together and facing those that stand in our way. And that is the work that we have to do to move forward.
There you go. Wonderful. And Governor, Governor, one of the things that Rashad just said that I want to pick up on, he said a lot that I want to pick up on, but he's talking about our vote. Our vote is our voice. It is an expression of our freedom of speech, freedom of thought. And right now, Donald Trump, I think, is trying to damage that. He's trying to pull a fast one with this SAVE Act or Save America Act. They give it a different name every week because they're trying to pull a fast one. And they want to, he says, oh, it's just voter ID. What's the big deal with voter ID? Putting that to the side, tucked in that legislation is a provision that would basically hand over state voter rolls to the Department of Homeland Security. Not that he would do anything nefarious with that. Oh, of course not. But Governor, what are your thoughts on all of that?
I have a mentor, not in politics, just in life, who shortly after I was a public school teacher, ran for a county office. He sat me down and he said, you have the trust of the people right now. You're new, you're shiny, right? You have the trust of the people. You only get that once, and you can lose that. And we can all think of people who have lost that. Our president has lost the credibility of the American people. And so when he stands up and says something like the save, do you think someone who led us into January 6th is looking to save our votes? He has no credibility. And so you can look at the passport requirements and birth certificate requirements and the hints that ICE is coming to polling places near you. And we all need to stand up. I'm going to do my part as governor of Delaware. I've spent a few days in DC with Democratic and even a few Republican colleagues who are raising their hands saying they're going to stand up and do their part. But we also need you to do your part. Let's stand up to this nonsense.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is not who we are.
That's right. And Terry, another thing that Rashad mentioned, and Rashad, I feel like you're doing a better job than myself moderating this, but you brought up the power of the boycott. There was a time, Terry, when it was sort of conventional wisdom. Oh, boycotts don't make a difference. What can you do? Look what happened with ABC and Disney. When they tried to silence Jimmy Kimmel, they tried to silence him. People started canceling their Disney Plus. All of a sudden, they got some religion over there in Hollywood.
Absolutely. Religion meaning money.
Yeah.
But also, you're onto something,
mighty dollar.
Which is that Trump is modeling himself, in particular after this guy, Viktor Orban in Hungary, right? And before him, Putin. And there's a game plan, right? We're seeing it in operation right now Orban and before him Putin and the Law and Justice Party in Poland did it. They strip the media assets or they get their cronies to buy them, and there is all of a sudden no dissent. But today that won't work in America because we're all over the media, right? I mean, there's not just 3 networks. When I was a kid, I always wondered, and when I got to ABC, I still wondered, why do all 3 networks tell the exact same story in the exact same way, in the exact same order every single night? It's a big world, right? That is no longer the case. And so I think this kind of event, which Miles helped, organize for Defiance, and this is something that they will have a very big, hard time stopping.
I agree, totally. And just today, Terry, they were talking, I mean, it's in the news that Warner Brothers Discovery might try to sell off to Paramount, that their bid is looking better, which would give the Ellisons control over CBS potentially and CNN. And as I've said at other events, if I were in charge of CNN, I would fire Scott Jennings. I would fire his ass immediately. Does anybody here want Scott Jennings doing the evening news on 2 different networks? Give me a break, Jesus. Rashad, last thought from you before we go. Are you hopeful in all of this? This is a big year.
I have to be an optimist. The progress can only be achieved if we believe something bigger is possible. And I think the message I want to leave everyone here with is that we cannot mistake the presence and the awareness that people have for actual change. Presence is only a piece. We have to build power. And power is about challenging the institutions that stand in our way, but most of all, power is about our ability to actually change the rules. It's the written rules and it's the unwritten rules. And so I think for any one of you and every single day, 5, 10, 15 years from now, we're going to look back at this moment and we're going to have to be accountable for what we did and how we showed up. And the story that we get to write right now is a story that we either get to be the protagonist or we get to be a bystander. And so talk to the people in your communities, invite the people in your networks, show up in your listservs, show up on your WhatsApp chats, show up to your family conversations, but show up every single day and engage people. Our ability to look back at this moment and tell the story about what we did to change what's happening starts now. Let's do it.
All right. And on that note, I will just end I'll just close this out because we're over time. I'll close it out with the message that I left when I departed my old place, as I call it now, when I left the anchor desk and jumped into independent media. And I think it still holds today, and that is do not give in to the lies. We're going to hear a lot of lies tonight. Don't give in to the lies. There's a lot of fear these days. Look what's happening across this country with these detention camps, what's happening in Minnesota and ICE. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and hold on to hope.
And fuck ICE.
And fuck ICE. And thanks for joining us.
A big round of applause for Jim Acosta, Rashad Robinson, Terry Moran, and Delaware Governor Matt Meyer. Uh-oh, there we go. Next up, we have a video message from author and To the Contrary Substack newsletter writer, Charlie Sykes.
Were you watching Stephen Colbert the other night when he called out the craven cowards of CBS and gave a huge middle finger to Trump's FCC? My friends, this is how you do it. You lean in, expose them, defy them, never back down. Look, you're all here tonight because you recognize that this is the fight of our lifetimes, the challenge of our generation. Because if we get this right, we can save the American experiment. But that requires clear heads and brave hearts. Donald Trump wants you to believe that resistance is futile, that MAGA is unstoppable. But it is not. In fact, it's waiting its turn in the trash bin of history. So let's put it there. What should we do? Never accept that what's happening is normal. Have the moral courage to do what's right. Don't be afraid to call fascism by its proper name, and always remember, amid all of the cruelty and the insanity, that you are not the crazy ones. Thank you.
We will now hear from defiant voices on the rule of law. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Norm Eisen, founder of Democracy Defenders Action.
Good evening, friends, and I'm pleased to be here to tell you that the state of the resistance is strong. Travel back with me to 2009, back when Blackberries were cool. We would print MapQuest directions for road trips, and Donald Trump was still recovering from his most recent bankruptcy. I was working in the White House for my law school classmate and friend Barack Obama as the ethics czar. Shortly after taking office, President Obama prepared to deliver his first joint address to Congress, and the president was so committed to ethics that nearly a quarter of that first State of the Union speech originated from the work he and I and our wonderful team did to make government more ethical. Today, not so much. In fact, I don't think that that thing that's happening a few blocks from here even deserves to be called the State of the Union. It really should be called the state of the unethical, or the state of the unconstitutional, or the state of the unhinged. Whatever you call it, it's unacceptable. But here's what is acceptable. Fighting peacefully, lawfully, and vigorously for our democracy, like we do at my organization, Democracy Defenders Fund, and our sister organization, Democracy Defenders Action. We have over 260 legal cases and matters fighting against Trump's autocracy in the court of law and in the court of public opinion. We fight through the contrarian. You're welcome. In fact, Miles Taylor, who introduced me, is one of our clients. We have fought Trump's attempts to end birthright citizenship. We've challenged ICE's horrific abuses of power across America. We've held the DOJ accountable for hiding the Epstein files. We defended Prop 50 and the votes of Californians. And we, on behalf of conservatives, representing every Republican administration from Nixon to Trump 1, filed briefs opposing Donald Trump's illegal tariffs that were just struck down by the Supreme Court. We do that with our wonderful partners you're going to hear from and meet many of them shortly. Our coalition, as you'll see, won't rest. We aren't deterred, and we won't stop as long as these threats persist. Just yesterday, we launched our latest initiative to expose Donald Trump's crypto corruption. We will not let him and his cronies get away with it. Our democracy coalition won't let them get away with it. Just look around this room. Look at what we've been able to accomplish together in just the past year. Inflatable frogs and inflatable lawyers. The fight goes on, and I'm so proud to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you, friends.
Please welcome to the stage former national security official and author Asha Rangappa.
I defy the idea that cruelty makes a country strong. Tonight, there's going to be a lot of talk about strength, strong borders, strong leaders, strong America. But I'm here to say, as someone who spent years enforcing the laws of this country, there is nothing strong about abandoning the rule of law. Because the rule of law is not just a set of rules. It is a moral promise. And here's the part that often gets lost. The rule of law only survives if ordinary people have moral courage. Not dramatic courage, not movie scene courage, the everyday kind of courage. The courage to say, this is not right. The courage to refuse to go along. The courage to see other people as fully human. And here's the part that I want us to sit with tonight. The root of moral courage is empathy. Do you know what Elon Musk said? He said, the problem is there is too much empathy. I say there is not enough. Empathy is what stops us from treating people as enemies instead of neighbors. Empathy is what stops the law from becoming a weapon. Empathy is what reminds us that power exists to protect the vulnerable, not to punish them. And let me let you in on a secret. You know who knows this better than anyone? Authoritarians. They know that if they drain empathy from a society, they can hollow it out from the inside. So they tell us to fear one another. They tell us some people don't belong. They tell us that cruelty is strength. But cruelty is not strength. Cruelty is what happens when empathy disappears, and when empathy disappears, the rule of law is next. I've seen this up close. The most dangerous moments are not when laws are broken loudly. It's when they're bent quietly, justified politely, and obeyed without question. History teaches us again and again, the greatest harms are not carried out by monsters, they are carried out by regular people who convince themselves they have no choice, that it's not their responsibility, that someone else will speak up. Moral courage is refusing that lie. It's choosing empathy when obedience would be easier. It's choosing principle when silence would be safer. Empathy is courageous, courage is courageous, and democracy is courageous. Stand up.
And now a word from district attorneys across America.
Are we in Germany?
Stop! He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor.
You race your boys, I race your boys.
I've had enough.
Enough with the warrantless arrests.
Enough.
with the illegal home entry.
Enough with the violent assault.
Federal officers do not have absolute immunity.
They do not have permission to break the law. And they do not have the right to violate your constitutional rights.
And they certainly do not have the unchecked power
To deprive you of your life and liberty.
I am a prosecutor.
I am a district attorney.
I'm a prosecutor.
I am a district attorney.
I am a district attorney.
I am a prosecutor.
And we're coming together from around the country
To fight against federal overreach.
FAFO will not tolerate these abuses of power. We will work together to make sure federal officers
Uphold the law in our state and city.
where federal officers break the law, they will be prosecuted. No one.
No one.
No one.
No one is above the law.
Learn more about us at federaloverreach.org.
You've had enough.
And we hear you.
That, by the way, is an organization that was started by Defiance.org. Next up, I want you to welcome to the stage a group of speakers focused on the power of the people, starting with Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, Democrat of Oregon, along with the Portland Frog Brigade.
Good evening. This is amazing. Keep moving down, folks. Let's keep moving down. Let's make room, make room. Come on up. Okay. I will get it. Sorry. Good evening. I am Maxine Dexter. Really proud to be here tonight with you. And I think you can see, thank you. I love you. I'm a mother. I'm a physician, and I have a flag. And I am the proud representative for Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. Yes, thank you, thank you. And tonight, I defy Trump and his authoritarian project by standing in joyful, radical, peaceful resistance with the Portland Frog Brigade. All right. When Donald Trump said Portland was a war zone, when he tried to send in federal troops, boo. When he tried to scare America into submission, Portland answered. We answered with frog costumes. We answered with dancing, singing, and joy when Trump wanted us to cower in fear. And today, there is no federal takeover of Portland. That's right, that's right. National Guard troops have been sent home where they belong. Because joy is resistance. Creativity is resistance. Community is resistance. And our movement is filled with people who refuse to sit down, to shut up, or even to stop ribbiting. Yes. So let me ask you, are you tired of being lied to? Yes. Are you tired of billionaires running the show? Are you tired of watching democracy get sold off piece by piece? Hell yeah. Okay, so then I want you to get loud. Thank you. When I say stay, you say loud. Stay. 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 Amazing. That is amazing. Okay. So I'm going to transition here for a second because, you know, this is about our country.
And our country has never been perfect, but every time we've had the courage to fight, we've emerged stronger and more prosperous. That struggle is what makes our country worth believing in. It is because this country chose to invest in our communities. They invested in well-funded public schools, excellent transit, union jobs, and affordable higher education, at least where I grew up in the Northwest. I was able to achieve an American dream and build a better life than my parents. And I still believe that path is available to our children, to our generations, but they are not seeing it right now. We can build something better. We can build a country where the economy works for working people, where people have access to affordable, comprehensive healthcare, where we treat the climate crisis like the existential threat it actually is, and where we defend our democracy for our children and our grandchildren. So let's build this world together. It's fueled by joyful resistance in the Portland Frog Brigade. Give it up for the frogs.
Please welcome to the stage Emmy-nominated storyteller, comedian, and Substack writer Baratunde Thurston.
I am so honored to be able to follow the Frog Brigade. Yes, stand up. Y'all already forgot. There you go. There you go. I defy the lie that we are powerless. I want to welcome you with a happy Black History Month. I see you. My name is Baratunde Thurston. I am a son and grandson of Washington, D.C. Chocolate City, or a more caramel flavor these days, dripping in gold temporarily. Temporarily. I saw my 100-year-old grandmother earlier today. She said something really profound. She said, and I quote, "The electric slide is made for me." At 100-year-old, she still wants to dance from her wheelchair. And that spirit, that energy, that defiance, that insistence on joy is the energy and the spirit and the defiance we need right now. Because, y'all, we're in a battle of stories. All right, on the one hand, you got a story we're being told that we're powerless, that only the people who are currently abusing power have the right to wield it, that some people are worth more than other people. Boo indeed. But there's another story unfolding. There is a story where citizen is a verb, where democracy is something we do, not just something we have, and where we all live into the truth of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s words that we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. We need each other. We have seen all this on display in the great state of Minnesota. Yes. This administration sent its undertrained, overarmed, unconstitutional thugs wearing hokas, and people held it down for each other. We saw that beauty. Parents with whistles looking out for schools. Peaceful people documenting human rights abuses. I saw a crowd of people throwing dildos at ICE. That's my favorite, dildos at ICE. Look, when you cosplay Call of Duty to take on a daycare center, you might need an extra pair. Thank you for that. James Baldwin wrote to Angela Davis saying, "For if they take you in the morning, they will come for me that night. That is the spirit we have seen in LA, in DC, in Portland, in the Twin Cities, and in Chicago, and in so many other places across this country. An old story is dying. Reluctantly and awkwardly, cringing and binge drinking in a locker room in Milan instead of locking up the criminals on the Epstein list. But a new story is being born of mutual aid, of teaching history, even and especially from banned books, of standing for people and planet and recognizing there's no separation between either of those two things. We are here in our 250th year, y'all. The season of hate and domination is over. The season of love and interdependence is upon us. I close with the words of Lauryn Hill in this cold, sometimes dark winter. After winter must come spring. Let's get ready for it together. Thank you very much. Love y'all.
And now, a video message from best-selling author and former presidential candidate, Marianne Williamson.
Well, hi. The president is going to give his State of the Union tonight. He's going to tell us how he sees things and what he thinks should happen now. I think it's a pretty good bet that many of us will not agree with the president, either in his view of what's actually happening in our union, as well as in his view of what agenda should take us forward. Many of us see him and his administration, his words and his actions as detrimental to our democracy, even an active assault upon it. And while he took an oath to the Constitution, we might not have taken an official oath, but we feel it in our hearts. So we're going to stand for our Constitution. We are going to stand for the principles on which we purport to stand, the equality of all people, the right of all people to actualize their own God-given potential without interference by dictators or tyrants. So I hope you'll join us here on defiance.org. We're going to lay down some truths, certainly as we see it. And I think the momentum by which so many Americans are going forward, seeking to heal this country, will be increased. See you later.
Welcome to the stage for a panel discussion on America at 250. Will we survive? Moderated by the Left Hook publisher, Wajahat Ali. Senator John Tester from Montana, Seneca Project founder Tara Setmeyer, and Justice Matters host Glenn Kirshner.
Conspiracy. Hello. How's everyone doing? People, to quote the late, great Bernie Mac, I'm not here for any foolishness. I did not drive all the way from Alexandria in my Honda Odyssey minivan for such a pathetic response. When I ask you how you're doing, I want to hear from a living, breathing audience, people who are committed to defending this thing called democracy and to resist this rapist vulgarian named Donald Trump. How are you doing? What's up? All right. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you all for coming. Respect to the frogs. Give it up to the frogs. All right. Big question. Will America survive to 250? We're almost there. It's an inshallah. We're stumbling there, and we have this august panel to discuss this very important question in 15 minutes. All of them are filibusterers. So let's hope that we can, inshallah, have some pithy comments, but we're gonna get to it. First and foremost, Senator John Tester. Don't kiss up to him. Don't kiss up to him. Just calm down. All right. From the great state of Montana.
Great crowd. Great crowd.
All right. Now, you believed in bipartisanship. You believed in a good time when Congress could do its job, where elected officials had a duty to the Constitution, where these people need to actually fulfill their oaths and keep people in check. However, the question I have for you, how do we get to 250 when one of the two parties are now reeks to a right-wing authoritarian, where Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz live in the anus of Donald Trump, and too soon?
or not soon enough. And if I may, many Democrats believe that the Democratic Party, I'm using their words, are spineless, feckless, weak, and cowardly. How do we get to 250 when a Congress is not doing its job?
With groups like this, that's how. Let me tell you what, this country has always been about we the people. And when the folks stand up and make sure their voices heard, people change. I believe in bipartisanship. And I think there's one bipartisan thing that Congress needs to do right after the election next year when Democrats take over the House and the Senate, and that's impeach the son of a bitch. What? And guess what? Last time I checked, it has to be done in a bipartisan way. So they ought to get after it and get her done. Let me tell you something. I come from rural America. Rural America voted for Donald Trump, and what this guy's done to rural America is absolutely, unequivocally unacceptable. What he's done to the markets for our farmers, what he's done to our healthcare system, what he's done to housing, what he's done to, man, oh man, more things than I got fingers on my hand to count them. I will tell you, it's insane. And I've got to tell you, the only thing that I know that, by the way, Congress has been asleep at the wheel for 13 months, but the only thing that I know that Congress can do to hold the executive branch accountable is they need to get a hold of some folks, just like they did back in Nixon's time, and say, well, do we have enough votes to impeach this dude? Because they should. And then they walk into the White House and say, guess what? You're going to hit the road, Jack.
I'm going to ask you a quick follow-up. Democrats right now have the lowest favorability rating in 3 decades. I heard you. What would you want Democrats to do in this moment to regain the trust of people so that, inshallah, we can get to 250?
Well, I mean, the truth is they need to start challenging the administration on everything that's out there, and some of them have been. But the bottom line, they need to start talking about issues that people will talk about at their kitchen table, because they're not, and they need to. Starting with affordability, starting with making sure that businesses out there got a shot, and working families got a shot, and family farm and ranch agriculture got a shot. They need to talk about the issues that are important in this country. They've forgotten about that.
I would say maybe even tax the billionaires. Just throwing it out there. That's just me. That's me. Tara, give it up for Tara Sedmeyer. Tara, we are limping towards 250. Inshallah, will we get there? How do we get there when it seems like in the past 10 years, every institution has capitulated to Donald Trump? Whether it's corporate law firms, whether it's corporate media, whether it's our titans of industry in the front row, Tim Apple and others. How do we get there when our institutions are failing us?
Well, if we all remember that this country was founded on we the people, not corporations. So the way that you get there is you hold the bastards accountable, period. You know, we are in an inflection moment in this country where we have to make a decision of whether we're going to stand up or stand by. And there is no time for people to be lukewarm about where they stand. And the more that we are looking at what's happening, and if you feel as though you want America to celebrate its 250th birthday and for this democracy to make it, then it's up to us. Democracy doesn't defend itself. We are responsible for that. So institutions don't defend themselves. We are the ones that make sure those institutions are still standing. So I think it's important for people to understand that we still do have the power. Doesn't matter whether Donald Trump tries to flood the zone and tries to, do things to make us feel as though we are helpless or hopeless and he's going to do what he wants to do. We have to say, not no, but hell no. And it starts with things like this. When we gather, you build community. We do the No Kings protests. You hold Democrats accountable also. You can't have a resistance that's scared to be a resistance, right? So the way that people who are elected officials respond is that they have to be reminded who they work for. Just like Donald Trump and that administration works for us, so do the Democrats. So if you have people that you feel are not standing up and fighting the way you want them to, then you need to say either you're going to fight and stand up, or we're voting your ass out. We'll find someone who will. That's how we make it. It is up to every one of us. And I think the more that Americans realize that, the more that we will coalesce around beating back this fascist movement and embracing our democracy. Don't let them co-opt that from us. They don't get to own patriotism. They don't get to own what democracy is. They don't get to take our freedoms from us. Only if we let them. And I say no, not no, but hell no.
This crowd seems very, this seems like a very centrist crowd, filled with many milquetoast moderates. No, I kid. For those who believe they can play footsie, I love you too. You have exquisite taste. Tara, for those who want to play footsie with fascism, for those who think you could play prevent defense, for those who think you can still negotiate your way out of this, we were talking backstage, and you appreciated my analogy of smash mouth football. Right. You were a former Republican, and Republicans are known to play a bit dirty. But for those who still think after 10 years, you can kind of wiggle your way through centrism, your response?
Well, listen, I think you have to play the game that you're in. And yes, that's true that Republicans know how to play tougher in the past. Now it's dirtier, but you have to be careful you don't become what you despise. I think that is a very important principle in this fight. Do not become what you despise. It's very easy to get lured into that, but you cannot. But we have the benefit of having the truth on our side. We have the benefit of having the constitutional principles that this country was founded on our side. So we need to weaponize that in the way that our truth is our sword. And so I think that when people see that you cannot, as I often say, as a football fan, New York Giants, yes, big blue wrecking crew, defense may win championships, but offense wins elections.
There you go.
And Democrats need to understand that. It's offense all the time. Put the Republicans on defense, because if they're explaining, they're losing. And last time I checked, it's very difficult to explain away how Donald Trump has betrayed veterans, farmers, the middle class, rural America, and virtually anyone who's not a white Christian male. He's betrayed all of them. And for women who are out there thinking, well, Donald Trump, listen, he's taken rights from us. These people do not care. They want to make all of us subservient to their agenda. So you cannot negotiate with fascism. You cannot. There is no lukewarm defending democracy. And the sooner that Democrats get that and go on offense, the sooner we can not only win, but vanquish MAGA to the ash heap of history where they belong.
Fascists come for everyone at the end, even fellow fascists. Give it up for Glenn Kirshner, everyone. Give it up for Glenn Kirshner's muscles. Glenn secretly is very happy that I noticed that. Glenn, I think one of the enduring sins of the Biden administration, he did many good things. He did some terrible things, Gaza being one of them, the Gaza policy. The other one, Merrick Garland. How do we avoid the Merrick Garlanding on our path towards accountability? Because we won't make it unless there is a reckoning, sir.
So with accountability, all things are possible. Without accountability, we get right where we are right now in the midst of this Donald Trump-induced darkness. But do you know, and I want to talk about accountability, do you know we the people won a significant victory today? Did you see the reporting? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Trump flunky Jeanine Pirro, who is, God help us, the U.S. attorney at my beloved home for decades, the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office. See, I get justice goosebumps. I got to stand up. Today, she said, you know what? I think I'm going to stop trying to prosecute the innocent. I think I'm no longer going to try to indict 6 members of Congress who committed no crime. All they did, take it from this old Army jag, is they opened the Uniform Code of Military Justice and they read military law. that military members must disobey unlawful orders. You know, there's a difference between failure and defeat. Failure is Donald Trump's health. Failure is Donald Trump's mental faculties. Donald Trump is failing, but we are defeating Donald Trump's dirty DOJ leadership. And when I say we, you know why Jeanine Pirro today said, okay, maybe I'm going to stop trying to prosecute the innocent? Because grand juries sitting as the conscience of the community sat in those. We have 8 grand juries right up the block. Those are my people. I spent years in those rooms. Can I stand up? And
now you're rolling. Now you're rolling.
And those regular folks, just like us, went into that room behind closed doors, and they told Jeanine Pirro, we will not endure or endorse your lawlessness. Get the hell out. Get out. You know, that's we the people defeating Donald Trump and his DOJ and Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and Jeanine Pirro. And how many times at the grand juror said no and no and no and no and no. And then Jeanine Pirro said, okay, well, I won't bring a felony charge. I'll bring a misdemeanor charge, which she can do with just the sign of a pen. And then trial juries told her, hell no, not guilty. Go away. That is we the people. That's we the people doing that. And when it comes to accountability, listen, we don't need any more putting long national nightmares behind us with no accountability. We tried it in '74. We tried it again after Donald Trump launched an attack on the Capitol to try to steal a presidential election. No more Merrick Garlands. We need a DOJ full of Jack Smiths. We need a DOJ full of Jack Smiths. And friends, win, lose, or draw, we need to investigate every crime that's being perpetrated by Trump and his cabinet and his flunkies against the American people right
Epstein
now.
files.
We need to hold them accountable, because without accountability, guess what? We don't get to keep our republic anymore.
All right, here we go. This is what we're going to do. With the 45 seconds that we have left, we're all going to stand up. All right, here we go. On the count of 3, we're going to yell defy. And then we're going to yell love. All right? Because I don't want to just be angry. I want to say defy, and I want to say love America. How about that? Love America. You guys like that? All right. 1, 2, 3. Defy. 1, 2, 3. Love America. Thank you, everyone. Folks,
How about
there's only
Raj?
one thing.
Raj,
Yeah, go ahead.
We defy because we love America.
Oh, all right, let's do it. On the count of 3. On the count of 3. We defy because we love America. Here we go. It's editing in real time. 1, 2, 3. We defy because we love America. Thank you, everyone.
The voice of God approves of that message. Next up, a message from Virginia Congressman Representative Eugene Vindman.
Tonight, Donald Trump will take the stage and deliver a speech defined by the 3 C's of his administration: chaos, cruelty, and corruption. You won't hear a real solution to another C, costs. You won't hear a serious plan to lower costs for working families. You won't hear anything that reflects what Americans feel in their daily lives. You'll hear what you always hear from Donald Trump: lies, insults, and deflections. Here's the truth: abandoning working families, cozying up to authoritarians, betraying our allies like Ukraine, which today marks the 4th anniversary of Russia's heinous invasion, and undermining our freedoms at home doesn't make America stronger. It makes us weaker. I came to this country as a refugee. I served 25 years in the United States Army, defending American freedom and the Constitution. I spoke out when Donald Trump abused his power for personal gain. I've seen what happens when leaders like him go unchecked. We cannot let that happen here. We must turn out in droves for this year's elections and hold Trump and Republicans accountable. America is worth fighting for.
All right. If you are in this room, stand up and stretch your legs. Come on, get up. If you're out there in America, stand up and stretch your legs. I know you've been sitting there on that couch. Come on, get up. Come on, stretch those legs. And when I say stand up, you say, let's try that again. Stand up. Stand up. One more time. Stand up. That's right. We're going into another round of Defiant Voices. I am thrilled to welcome to the stage a friend, a very courageous man, Massachusetts Congressman Seth Moulton.
Thank you. Good evening. Now, just a few miles from here, in a speech that sounds like a drunk phone call from your uncle, Donald Trump will rant about his dismal vision for America. So let's make tonight about our vision, not his. A vision rooted in something stronger than a laundry list of grievances from the 5th grade. A vision for America. Too often we get bogged down in how bad things are, that we don't envision a future that's so bright it's actually normal. Like, imagine walking into every hospital in America, confident you'll get the best healthcare in the world, and you'll be able to afford it. That's called investing in healthcare instead of wars. Imagine waking up as an immigrant, excited to check in with immigration authorities to tell them all the great things you're doing for our country because you're on a pathway to citizenship. That's called having immigration agents who follow the law rather than terrorize blue cities. Imagine getting on an American train that's the fastest train in the world, never delayed by weather, and so reliable that you get a refund if it's 5 minutes late. That's called investing in infrastructure instead of ICE. Imagine being able to go to the grocery store and afford your groceries because we don't have tariffs on bananas and coffee, because that's bananas and covfefe. Imagine being a single parent working 2 jobs to make ends meet, but so proud to know that the same rules apply to you as to billionaire CEOs. That's called a country where the working class is celebrated and pedophiles go to prison. And imagine waking up in an America where you disagree with your president, but you're proud of her because she's a great American. That's called electing Democrats and not MAGA Republicans. And imagine just going into the voting booth at the midterms knowing that your vote will get counted. That's called living in our America, not Donald Trump's MAGA America. And even imagine being proud to watch the State of the Union with your kids. Hard to imagine today. That's what's so crazy, is that these things are hard to imagine today, and yet they're totally normal. And honestly, I believe most Americans, the vast majority of Americans, even many Republicans, want that America and want it today. And realizing that vision is called leadership. So let's fight like hell, Democrats, Americans, and let's lead. Because when Democrats lead, we win. And it's time we win for America. Go USA!
Please welcome to the stage former Montana governor, presidential candidate, and owner of a tap house in Montana, Governor Steve Bullock.
Thanks so much, Miles. It's so great to be here with such distinguished speakers and all of you. Look, I was elected Attorney General, then governor, of Montana for 8 years, making me have a view from both a red state and its state house. Like John Tester, we live in a rural state, a state with consistently high turnout, where people can still actually register to vote on election day, and a place that could reelect me as governor by 4 points when Trump won his first time by 20. You know, I love those introductions mentioning my victories. What they don't mention is after that, I ran for Senate and I lost. For that, I ran for president and I lost. You probably don't have to Google to know that. Losing sucks. Though I can joke about it because I'd like to believe I'm a normal human being. It happens. When stepping into the arena, the prospect of actually losing weighs on every sane candidate's mind. My career has been shaped by the law, practicing it, defending it, implementing it. I'm such a geek that when I was attorney general, I had to argue cases, and my staff called me the attorney specific. As governor, working within those confines of the separation of powers, I took pleasure in smacking down bad law and working with the legislature to shape our common values into law was one of my great highlights. Though now I got to tell you, my confidence in the rule of law is shaken. It's not gone, but it's shaken. At its core, the acid test of democracy is honoring the will of the voters when you or your party lose. That small man who currently occupies our highest office, he doesn't get that. When he loses, he whines. Worse, and unlike the American experience over the last 237 years, he's doing everything he can to undermine our electoral democracy. For you hunters like me, let me tell you in a way that you might understand. Donald Trump has put his crosshairs on the heart of our democracy, your sacred right to vote and have that vote matter. Don't boo, organize. And look, you might think I'm overstating it. Earlier this month, Trump said we should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. Last month, he tells Reuters, because his administration is doing such great work, when you think about it, we shouldn't even have an election, he said. Don't boo, organize. He said last month he regretted not putting in the National Guard to swing states after his loss in the 2020 election. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating votes, he said last fall. Organize. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them to do, he said. Look, even if you don't want to believe that he's saying the quiet part out loud, this is more than his routine, unhinged, wacky comments. Look at what's happening and look at who's doing it. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem, all deny the results of the 2020 election and all are undermining the integrity of our upcoming election. Pam Bondi's DOJ sues 24 states demanding voter rolls. She wants the DOJ to have your social security number, your driver's license information. After the murder of Alex Preddy, Bondi wrote to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz stating that if he wished to bring an end to the chaos in Minnesota, a common sense solution would include providing DOJ access to voter rolls. Don't boo, organize. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, she wants a piece of this pie. She recently said when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right people to lead this country through the days that we have. Look, more than just words and deeds, the president has tried to decertify all voting machines, override state laws around mail balloting, and gut funding and the mission for CISA, that federal agency that actually said the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. What this adds up to is we have a president and administration actively trying to manipulate the 2026 election. We have a president who's toying around with the Insurrection Act, who sends the FBI to raid election offices and sends DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard there as well, by the way. Her job has nothing to do with law enforcement or running elections. We have a president who's not just repeating his crazy conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, he's actually threatening to prosecute state officials who do their job and count their votes accurately. These are very real threats to our nation. You know, sometimes when we talk about what's happening in the country, we use lofty language like liberty, tyranny, and the Constitution. And look, Donald Trump's violating the Constitution.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Zeteo live stream. We just cut into the Defiant Summit in DC, but I was just at. I'm here with Francesca Fiorentini and Prem Tucker. Francesca from the Bituation Room, Zeteo contributor, Prem Tucker, apparently a Zeteo reporter who covers politics for us. We love Prem. Thank you both for joining me on a big night. It shouldn't be a big night, but it is a big night because Donald Trump is president again and is doing the State of the Union, his first State of the Union, because technically, the nerd in me will point out, last year's was a joint address to Congress. Francesca, you live streamed for us when you were doing America Unhinged.
Yes, we did. We were right in the middle of it. Wajahat Ali and I were streaming and for Zeteo for our show, but I why did we have to parse words with what it was really or what it wasn't?
It's just a Trump rant. I mean, the State of the Union is something that's part of American political history. For those of you joining us from around the world, a lot of our Zeteo subscribers are around the world. If you're on YouTube, stick in the chat where you're from. We love always seeing where people are watching us from all over the place. Uzbekistan, India, the Middle East, America, Britain, Canada. Although some of you folks are probably sleeping in the UK.
And we apologize to all of you.
We apologize to all of you. But the State of the Union goes back decades. Goes back to, there was an early version of it with George Washington. There was, I believe, FDR was the first guy to start calling it a State of the Union. Harry Truman put it on TV in 1947. I'm full of trivia tonight, folks. And now we have Donald Trump, who's he's done a bunch in his first term. This is his first official one of his second term. We're told it's going to go quite long, Francesca. How will he stay up so late?
Well, I think he's been catnapping. He's been forming these new UNs. I don't know if you've been following, obviously, the different UNs, the better UNs.
Board of Peace.
The Board of Peace, in which he is quite literally very bored of peace and has been falling asleep as, the plans to, develop Gaza into a strip mall, are laid out. So, yeah, he's clearly been napping during the day. He was up celebrating the U.S. men's hockey team and making his sexist comments against the U.S. women's hockey team that also won gold. Apparently that hockey team is going to be in the room. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, look, when Trump was going on and on in the run-up to the 2024 election and his own supporters, his own voters would leave his speeches early, if we all remember that, I thought, yeah, there's no way he's pulling this election off. And he did. And here we are.
Here we are indeed. Prem, they are saying it could be 2 hours long. It could be less than that, more than that. Our crack team of producers who work with you and me, Prem, they crunched the numbers. Melanie on our team crunched the numbers. And Donald Trump gave the longest speech to Congress ever last year, 1 hour, 39 minutes. Francesca and Waj were covering that for us then. Bill Clinton did the longest State of the Union in 2000, 1 hour, 28 minutes. We are confidently told, I hope they're all wrong, these anonymous sources have told PBS and other journalists in DC tonight that we're looking at way past an hour and a half or an hour 40.
To me, I think those metrics speak for themselves. I think at this point, what we should be most interested in is perhaps maybe a handsome counter. How many generals he's going to call handsome, how many suspiciously young people he might say are beautiful but not his type.
Yes.
At this point, it's like, it's all for none. It's going to be a very long speech because it's like, why not? He's done it before. There's not much else to do other than keep digging. I don't know about you, but one thing that strikes me is that, right now Trump is in one of the most unpopular parts of his careers in terms of his presidencies. He, I believe amongst independents and in the most recent polls, is at his lowest approval. He's at the brink of his disapproval, as bad as it was in January 6th, at like 34 to 35, 36%. And I don't know, I always think of, what will it take to get just 2 or 3 more points? What will it take to get to that sort of 29 level?
Yeah,
You know,
I know we
it's
can
always
get
like
there.
I don't know. I know where it's like this. Then
How
a third of
low
the
can
country.
he go? How low can he go? I mean, the polling is bad for him right now. I don't think he's ever gone into a State of the Union with this kind of polling. CNN says he has a 36% approval rating. Washington Post a little bit better at 39%. This is down from like 47, 48 a year ago. He's down 10 points. He's down with Republicans. I mean, the cult still backs him. He's at 80% support Republicans, but that was like 90% a year ago when he came into office. He's underwater on his biggest issues, Francesca, immigration and economy. Those were the two issues he was crushing the Democrats on in 2024. That's where Republicans always lead on, and he's underwater on both issues.
Yes, and the price of eggs is still high. I mean, tonight is going to be a list of grievances, people. If you are lucky enough to have never experienced Donald Trump, oh my God, what induced that coma, and can I have some? But he has just a list of grievances. He's going to talk about every single person who's ever wronged him, and in so doing, will recount for all of us all of his previous crimes. He'll probably mention how he was impeached twice. He'll probably mention the perfect phone call. He'll probably maybe re-defame Eugene Carroll, who he was convicted of sexual abusing. Like all of the ways that he does grievance is also kind of this, again, he's actually taking stock of all the ways that he has crimed and he has wronged others. So I think we're going to hear a lot of that. He's pissed at the Supreme Court. So this is the big thing.
Only because Mr. Trump is a very litigious man. I'm going to say that he was found liable for sexual abuse in a civil trial, not convicted, Francesca. Because of course that makes it much better. Obviously, that makes him a much nicer man, and he didn't do anything wrong. And his Department of Justice allegedly is not hiding files that accuse him of raping a child. This is what we learned today from NPR. He denies any wrongdoing, but he's all over the Epstein files. Prem, Ro Khanna, who we know well, spoke at the Zeteo Live event recently here in DC. He's been leading the charge on the Epstein files. Interesting tonight for Ro Khanna. First of all, I got to stop for a second. John Fetterman is wearing a suit and tie.
I was going to ask you to
I'm just looking at the screen. John Fetterman is wearing a suit and tie. He only ever breaks out a suit and tie for Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. Those are the two people that Fetterman puts a suit and tie on for. Otherwise,
you should notice he's hanging out with all the Republicans right now. Like half the Democrats aren't even going, and he
lives on Fox, Prem. Every time I switch on the TV, every time I look at my Twitter feed, it's John Fetterman on a different Fox show.
Yeah, and that tie is huge. Like I kind of understand. Like that is
Donald Trump length tie.
Yes.
Maybe that's what you need to be part of the group. That's what's required. I was saying about Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. They're apparently going to be sitting together on the Democratic side. This bromance between a libertarian ex-MAGA hero, Thomas Massie, and Ro Khanna, the leftist former Bernie campaign chair from Silicon Valley. They have led the charge on the Epstein files on getting those released. I believe Ro Khanna, one of his guests, is a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. But of course, Epstein will be the Voldemort tonight. There'll be no mention of Epstein from Donald Trump. That is for sure.
Okay, that's what you think. Sorry, Prem. I know it was you, but like we can all dream.
You think there's some curveball from Trump?
This is my kombucha. I wish it had something else in it, but I do want to drink. Of course he will. Why he's gonna say?
I was exonerated.
Why are we still talking about Epstein? Like, never doubt Trump's ability to impugn himself.
He might bring it up. I don't think it's going to be on the prompter. I don't think even Stephen Miller and his speechwriters would be mad enough to do that. But yes, he could do. We don't know what direction he's going to go in. The classic Trump. One thing before it starts, and we're waiting for him to come in. People are milling around. I should put out a couple of things. One is multiple Democrats are boycotting tonight. Senators, members of the House, way more than last year. Boycotting has become much more mainstream. There's reporting that Hakeem Jeffries told the House contingent, if you don't want to come, don't come. But if you come, don't heckle. Don't do what Al Green from Texas did last year, shaking his stick, heckling him, getting removed by the police. Classic Hakeem Jeffries, classic. So a lot of Democrats missing. Unfortunately, there won't be empty chairs because I believe the Republicans could just fill those chairs with staffers so it doesn't look completely empty. That's what I've read. I'm no expert on, like
staffers who they're sending nudes to or requesting nudes
Groyper staffers. Seat fillers at the Oscars, I guess. This is the kind of nerd prom version of that. So we should point that out. We should also point out, guys, unfortunately, I've watched a lot of Trump over the years. And one of his tics in a speech where he's reading from a prompter, he's very good at rallies, very good in the kind of unhinged way that he's very good at doing rallies. But when he reads from prompters, he's not a very literate man. So he makes a lot of mistakes. And the classic Trump,
and we'll see if he does it tonight, is when he makes a mistake. But when you make a mistake in a speech, a normal person corrects himself. Trump will never correct himself. So he will then try and justify the mistake. I remember there was one time in a State of the Union where there was a Border Patrol officer whose name was CJ, and he called him DJ, and then he just pretended that that's what his friends call him to justify the fact that he had read it wrong off the prompter. So I wonder if we'll get a moment like that tonight. Prem, what are you looking out for tonight? Dare I ask?
I mean, well, firstly, just to go back to Massey and Khanna, I think it's interesting that last year and in the lead up to the election, there was all this discussion about all the idiosyncratic, interesting elements swirling through the Republican Party, you know, whether it's, you know, right populists or so forth. All of that is just sloppy list, really. Like, the only Republican who is interesting in some way, shape, or form is Thomas Massey and sometimes Rand Paul. And I just think back to all the very highbrow, smart people, and sometimes actually very smart people, to be honest, that really thought there was something at least interesting or complicated going on in the Republican Party. And it reminds me of all the discourse that surrounded J.D. Vance before he became Trump's vice president and before he really became the senator that he was, which was this idea that he was something other than what he is. And we've seen the blossoming between J.D. Vance-ism and Thomas Massey. And I just think, like, tonight, the reason why I think that there might not be Trump doing something about Epstein, like, even acknowledging it, is because of the fact that, like, it's so in your face. And the fact that, like, even, you know, his most recent example of his...
The joint session will come to order.
There is the man who is nominally the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. But of course, Donald Trump has said privately that he considers himself to be Speaker of the House.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr.
He's brought many
Michigan,
detransited people
Mrs.
as well.
McLean. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr.
These are the sycophants, J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Utah.
J.D. Vance is wiping the eyeliner from his eye. He kept it on real thick tonight.
Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it is.
Gentleman from New
It
York,
does look very
Mr.
thick. I can
Jeffries.
see it from here.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. Gentleman
Does he know he's on camera? Like, why is he
JD
standing like this?
Maybe he's looking at someone in the balcony.
Gentleman from Michigan.
He's getting mobbed.
I was going to say... I mean, there's interesting people in the balcony. There's Usha Vance in the balcony. Erica Kirk's in the balcony. I'm not saying anything there, but J.D. Vance looking at the balcony.
They're ready to throw themselves up.
On the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber.
We're waiting for Donald Trump, the
Senator
dear
from
leader,
South Dakota.
the MAGA cult leader,
The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso.
the man they call Daddy,
Senator from
going to
Arkansas,
come in
Mr.
soon.
Cotton.
I hope he's
The
flanked by the
Senator from
U.S.
West
men's
Virginia,
hockey
Mrs.
team.
Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma.
Well, did you
Mr.
guys see he took their medal today?
Senator from
He
South
put it on,
Carolina, Mr.
and he goes,
Scott.
"I never thought I would get one of
Senator
these."
from New York,
Like, there's a
Mr.
whole thing to
Schumer.
be done, Prem. We should do
Senator
it
from
in terms of
Illinois,
content
Mr. Durbin.
of how many times Donald
the
Trump has
Senator
just
from
taken
Minnesota,
other people's medals and
Mr. Klobuchar.
prizes. There was during the 2016 campaign, I think, a guy who won
Members
a
of the
Purple
escort
Heart
committee will
at
exit the
Normandy,
chamber
gave
through
it
the
to
lobby
him,
door.
and he took it. And he goes, "Oh, I never." This is a bone spur Trump who avoided the draft. And then, of course, recently he took Machado, the Venezuelan opposition leader's Nobel Prize, and now today
That's why
he wore
FIFA created a whole prize for him. They were like, please don't touch anything real.
But at least they made a fake prize for him. This is him taking other people's legitimate prizes that they won fair and square, and him just taking it for himself.
Trump does have.
Mr. Speaker,
Uh-oh.
the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Ugh. Guys, I don't know if you know, but there's laws and rules in Congress. You might not know this because insider trading is legal. However, there's procedures to the State of the Union.
There's a lot of etiquette. I mean, norms. This is what keeps America democratic. These norms. These traditions. But interestingly, look, serious point. Democrats from across the political spectrum tonight, from the Senate, from the House, are not showing up. And they're not showing up, I assume, because they realize that they can't go to their constituents and their base and say, we're facing fascism, we're facing a lawless president, and then turn up and clap him as if all is normal. And you remember in the first term, Elizabeth Warren was caught clapping Trump at a State of the Union. It followed her around for a while. And I think that is now filtering down, not just to House members, but to senators as well. I think I have a list somewhere here of some of the Democrats. Oh, here we go. Ron Wyden, Ed Markey, Jeff Merkley, Chris Murphy, Tina Smith, Chris Van Hollen, Ruben Gallego, Adam Schiff, Patty Murray. These are senators who are not showing up, not attending the speech tonight. There's a House members, Delia Ramirez, Emily Randall, Jim Himes, Don Baer, Robert Garcia from the Oversight Committee. I believe our friends at Midas Touch are holding some kind of alternative people's State of the Union in D.C. that a lot of Democrats are making a beeline for. I think Francesca, have they finally caught up with their base, where their base is?
I mean, yeah, I think what I would rather see is them actually protest him. I'm reminded of Al Green. I'm reminded of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, yeah,
It's always the
screaming at
Greens.
Biden in the
Screaming at
Dalmatian fur.
Biden.
In the
Absolutely.
Dalmatian's fur, yeah.
I think there is something to be said about protesting or holding up a sign. We know Rashida Tlaib did that.
Oh, yes, on
You've got
genocide.
Jimmy Gomez, Representative Gomez, he's a Democrat. He's saying he's going because my presence is the protest. We're not going anywhere. You're not going to bully us or intimidate. It's just like, I just find that this is very historic, you guys. Our president has been implicated in as being one of the closest confidants of the biggest sex trafficker, elitist sex trafficker in human history, honestly, in modern political history for sure. And he might be implicated in the files in concerning a 13-year-old girl, right? And these are our legislators showing up to give him respect, and he possibly abused a 13-year-old girl?
Supreme Court.
That is what is alleged in some of the files. Haven't been verified. Yes, they haven't really responded either. A lot of questions to be asked about that. It is insane. It is possibly the biggest scandal in modern American history. Francesca's going to stop someone from running into her room, I assume. But
Also,
she's
this
doing
is
her own protest.
interesting.
This was just Francesca's
The
own protest. Francesca's like, Jimmy Gomez should get up and walk out of the room like I just walked out of the room. That was a one-woman protest there from California from Francesca Fiorentini before Donald Trump
From
even
me?
entered the room. Yeah, I thought you were doing some protest because Trump's about to come in. You just ran out from your chair.
I was letting my
to show-
cat out,
to show
and
Democrats. You were
I
letting
was
your
letting
cat
my-
out, not letting a
Yeah.
child in. Got it. We're
Yeah,
very
yeah.
familiar. That's how Democrats should walk out. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be a good visual image if all the Democrats did show up and then got up and all walked out during the speech. They talked about doing that last year, and obviously they didn't. Can I just say randomly before Trump comes in? Randomly, just looking at Twitter, because I'm trying to look at Twitter while we talk and see what's happening. And Ro Khanna, who's at the House there tonight, we just mentioned him already. AIPAC is attacking Ro Khanna, and Ro Khanna tweeted, "Are you guys still around?" You know, a little bit of snark, a little bit of heat, given AIPAC's been taking a beating recently in some of the primaries. And David Frum, all remember David Frum, Axis of Evil David Frum, quote tweeted Khanna saying, "A question that's been repeatedly asked in dozens of now forgotten languages over the past 3,000 years." Guys, separate to State of the Union, can I just say how insane it is to suggest that AIPAC represents all Jews throughout history? AIPAC has not been existed for 3,000 years. So when Frum says that Khanna is attacking 3,000-year-old people, he's talking about the Jews. That is anti-Semitism to conflate all Jews with AIPAC or the pro-Israel lobby. Anyways, rant over, nothing to do with the State of the Union, but I had to bring that up. Do we think Israel's going to come up tonight? Certainly Iran will.
Prem?
I mean, we were talking about this earlier, Medi, how like half the time when Trump makes a decision, it's really just who gets to him last. And of course, Tucker Carlson was spotted in the White House just, I think, a day or two ago. And so the question of whether he will or will not say Iran has fire and fury going towards them really just depends on if he talked to Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham or Tucker Carlson last. And I'll also add, speaking of random, did you see who Lindsey Graham brought to the speech?
David Ellison, son of Larry, owner of CBS News now, big supporter of the IDF. He is Lindsey Graham's guest, like warmongers stick together, or what is it?
Wow, literally half the guests there are victims of some sort of crime, whether it's sexual or immigration related from this administration. He brought one of the richest people in America, whose family is about to own half the companies in America.
Well, he's been a victim. Yeah, he's been a victim too, right?
That is
Not
true.
Being
That
able
is
to
true.
buy
No, that's true.
all of the media.
He
That's
only
true.
got a bit of TikTok and
Exactly.
all of CBS News, and he might get CNN next. Yeah, but he's there tonight. The oligarchy's out in force.
What is Lindsey Graham like for? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean
Not
like what
for
does
the
he
people
support?
of South Carolina.
Well, once we do go to war with Iran, I feel like Lindsey Graham, yes, will just sort of turn back into, a tree or whatever he was meant to be.
And John Bolton too. Don't forget John Bolton. But Lindsey,
Yes.
Lindsey Graham has never met a Muslim country he didn't want to invade. He is the Hawk's hawk. He said recently, I don't know if you saw the interview about. He did an interview with, I can't remember who it was, an interviewer in the Middle East, and he talked about flattening Gaza, that Israel should have just flattened it. It's the kind of stuff that you and I can't say in any context that wouldn't get us arrested on, like, anti-terror charges. People are clapping loudly. I assume that's for Melania Trump entering the balcony, I would
Oh,
guess.
the movie star. I've heard of
The
her.
movie star from the hit Amazon documentary.
Yes, I watched 5 minutes of that and then walked out.
I can't believe you watched 5 minutes of it.
You
There-
can watch
that's
me
Baron.
trolling.
There's 7'7" Baron. We've
Oh,
got Tiffany.
so much of
We
him.
got Eric, Don, all of them there. My favorite
Jared
John.
Kushner.
By the way, my favorite John Oliver gag. Have you ever seen it when he holds up a picture of Tiffany and he says, "Quick, Donald, who's this? No googling," which is one of my favorite John Oliver guys. There's the whole clan. Yes, there's Ivanka's there. Where's
And
Jared?
2 of them will be running.
Jared's
for
right
office.
behind him.
God, Baron is
Second
so
row.
huge.
Jared may be the most powerful person in government, not Senate or House confirmed.
President's cabinet.
Oh, there's Thomas Massey in the bottom left corner.
There's
of the screen.
crazy ass Nancy Mace.
There's crazy ass Nancy. Although Nancy Mace, the one issue in the world she's good on and stayed consistent on is that the Epstein stuff.
That's
Where
right.
tonight she said she's still calling out the cover up. Her and weirdly Lauren Boebert have stayed consistently solid, I think it's fair to say, on Epstein files related issues and resisted Trump bullying. There is Scott Bessent.
Narco
he is
Rubio.
the Treasury Secretary who has threatened to or actually assaulted multiple fellow colleagues in the cabinet, allegedly.
Wait,
Um,
Bessent has?
Yeah, do you not know about Bessent with his
I
fist
wouldn't have
fight?
pegged him for that.
Oh,
I thought he was just a simple farmer.
threatened to punch Musk. I think he got into a fight with someone else. Was it who did he get into a fight with on?
I mean,
I'm gonna while we watch them come in, I'm gonna remind myself
Yeah.
who Scott Bessent punched in the cabinet.
It is an incredible lineup
very-
right off the bat. I mean, Francesca, you say Narco Rubio. Obviously, I mean, people should read I forgot who published it, that recent great piece.
Mo
I think it
Tasek
was,
at the
yes,
American
yeah,
Prospect.
at the Prospect. An amazing story about Narco Rubio's very explicit history and run-ins with narco trafficking himself.
Oh yeah, his
allegedly.
brother-in-law, right?
Yes.
Scott Bessent told Bill Pulte, the head of the Housing Finance Agency, "I'm going to punch you in your fucking face," is what he said.
all these people are pretending like each one of them is just a walking like litany of scandals.
Yes,
right?
there's Pam Bondi. As soon as she said that word, Pam Bondi just magicked onto
Yeah.
our screen. Pete
Yeah.
Hegseth is there. Guys, before we go on to the State of the Union, we've got to talk about Pete Hegseth for a second. Anthropic, which is the company that made Claude, the AI bot, has a contract, a $200 million contract with the Pentagon. AI companies, they're not known for having many principles or ethics. The 2 rules that apparently Anthropic has is you can't use our AI to autonomously fire weapons. There has to be a human involved. You can't just have the AI firing weapons at people. And you can't do mass surveillance of Americans. And Pete Hegseth has said, no, you must revoke both of those rules. I feel like after Epstein, that should be the biggest story in the country right now. The defense secretary of a Republican administration is threatening a private company because it won't let him do mass surveillance or Terminator-style kill bots. Prem, how is that not a bigger story?
The thing is like with Hegseth, Cash, Bondi, all of them, like the extent to which they like cosplaying is like such a gentle way of describing like how they've treated this job. Like I feel like we've spent like the past 10 years worried about like imposter syndrome, and now we have like imposter disease, where like all of these guys just like have this job that they like. It's beyond like the sense of like Call of Duty mindset where like Pete Hegseth is like, all right, boys, like it's time to just like get it on. It's this sense of like, you should feel imposter syndrome. Like you should not feel this like level of comfort to then like do these things that like, it's beyond like illegality. It's beyond these things like morals. It's just like, you only behave this way because you're still 9. Like there's this level of stunted growth.
Hegseth,
I don't know,
Hegseth
Francesca.
for sure. I mean, this idea that he's going to... Apparently, they're going to invoke the Defense Production Act to take over the company. Remember, this is a Republican Party, the party of small government, the party of private enterprise. So far, they've taken percentages of intel. Like, they've taken government stakes in private companies. And now they're threatening an AI company that unless you let us basically turn you into Skynet, we will take over your company. And that's what he's planning to do on
But
Friday.
I mean, that kind of seizure we're also seeing in the ICE warehouses seizure or the data center seizures. Like, we're living in a time where this government is very clearly saying, we're going to seize your federal land, your federal, your warehouses in your town. We're going to strong arm your company for our AI powered doomsday war on not just our own people, but the world. And the reason I think that it's not a bigger issue, and I don't care what JD Vance is saying, Medi, is because I don't think that there's actually unanimity within even the Democratic Party, of course, that AI is necessarily bad. And the only good reporting on AI that you see is coming out of places like More Perfect Union, to be honest with you. They've gone to where the data centers are. Other folks, like, are somehow think that AI is beneficial.
It
and that
can be
even AI in
harnessed.
warfare, even AI in warfare is okay.
Look, I watched Terminator 2, and I remember Miles Dyson. He was well-intentioned, but he was wrong, and Sarah Connor shot him, and eventually he sacrificed himself to save the world. Who is the Miles Dyson of our time? We'll find out soon enough. Maybe it's this guy Dario from
I hope all of them
Anthropic. I
think
can't
they
remember his
are.
last name, but he's standing up to Hegseth right now. He's literally the only tech boss I've seen stand up to this administration. Let's see what happens on Friday. We will keep following the story at Zeteo. There is RFK Jr. In the crowd, one of the most bizarre. I got to say, of every member of the
Dangerous.
cabinet, he is the most bizarre member of the cabinet. Like, if you had told me 2 to 3 years ago, RFK Jr. will not just be in a cabinet under Donald Trump, he will be Health and Human Services Secretary in charge of vaccines, I'd have laughed in your face. And yet, here we are, 2026. There is Duffy. What's Duffy's first name? Transport Secretary? Why am I
Sean.
blanking? Sean Duffy, ex-reality TV star, he's there. Howard Lutnick, the man who lived next door to Epstein and told us that him and his wife, they went to his house in 2005. They were disgusted at the sight of a massage chair. They left the house and said, we will never be in a room with Jeffrey Epstein again. Turns out we just found out from the Epstein files that they went to his island in 2012. And Lutnick said, I'm about to pull my boat in. I've got my kids with me. Can we eat? So that Howard Lutnick is still Commerce Secretary. Francesca, I don't know if you saw Prem's lead for our first draft morning newsletter today, in which Prem made the point that people all over the world are resigning, quitting, being criminally investigating, being arrested, like Peter Mandelson and Prince Andrew in the UK. Here in the US, people aren't even losing their jobs. Forget being arrested. Howard Lutnick is fine as Commerce Secretary, even though he's been caught lying about his business and personal ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, and not only that, these are people who continue to commit crimes as we speak. I mean, Howard Lutnick's family is currently cashing in on this ICE warehouse expansion endeavor. His sons are making money off of that.
And
He is
tariffs, right?
Commerce
Didn't they also do a bet
Secretary.
on tariffs
I
being
believe
reversed?
so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the details on that, but this is the Commerce Secretary. Like, shouldn't this be illegal? No? Okay. Conflict of interest? No? We don't do that anymore.
They don't do conflicts of interest, Francesca. I'm quaint.
Which is so funny. It's like, no, you're just directly profiting from your position. There's no conflicts of interest. Your interest is currently being represented. Don't you gavel me. Don't you gavel me.
He's trying to cut you off.
The
Here we go.
President of the United States.
I'll be honest, it'll never not make me think every time I hear that phrase with Donald Trump. It'll never not make me think of that scene in Home Alone 2 where Donald Trump turns up and points Macaulay Culkin in the direction of where he's going, and he's now President of the United States. And it still feels like, for those of you old enough to get the reference, I still feel like Bobby Ewing at the end of that season of Dallas when he comes out of the shower and it was all a dream the entire season. I still feel like that every time I see Donald Trump at occasions like this.
11 years that man has been like in earnest public life.
Yes. There
More
are.
than-
I mean, my kids have not known us other
Well,
than the president.
yes.
No.
They don't. They
More
barely.
than-
They barely remember Obama, the older one.
That's so
Literally
sad.
more than half. I mean, yeah, more than half of Gen Alpha's and Gen Z's like sentient political life. That guy has been in charge of the Republican Party.
Which congressman is wearing a red MAGA baseball cap? Because just got his
Randy?
back.
Let's see.
Is it Randy? Is it Randy?
Nah.
He's a big boy.
Is Randy
Tennessee?
bigger?
No.
You
They just
said
AI
I
him
didn't
to be
say
bigger.
nothing. I didn't say nothing. That was you, Medi, that said that.
That was me. That was me. I'll own that one. And the man's a genocidal maniac. I'll take
Don't
it.
you dare make me feel bad about body shaming Randy Evans Fine. Are you kidding me?
No, it's not Randy Fine. It's some other person who I don't recognize. He's.
That? Who
I don't
is
know.
that?
I don't
Maybe
know,
he's a
but
seat filler.
Republicans. There's Scalise, and then, yeah, he's chatting to people. Donald Trump's enjoying himself. This is why he ran for president, right? This is his moment. He loves TV. He loves the spectacle.
Exonerated by the Epstein files, as we say. I've
Exonerated,
been
yes.
exonerated. Yes.
I think he's gonna be juiceless. I don't know. I feel like
Yeah,
this
he
is
looks.
gonna
He
be
looks
like a
like
really bad speech.
Look, he looks low energy right now. He looks low energy, Jeb. I know we shouldn't say
Yeah.
this because we're turning off our viewers who we want to watch, but I'll be very honest with you. I'll be very honest with people watching right now. If you want to switch off and go to sleep, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. I want to be a very honest media person right now. I don't want to lie to you. But if you want to stay and watch me, Francesca Prem, explain the shit show that you're about to see, then stay. We won't let you down. Trump is going to say a lot of shit. You're going to see it on your social media at some point. So why don't you let us pre-bud it for you and rebud it for you?
He's very coiffed, though. He's
He's very
fluked.
coiffed. He looks super serious. He only enjoys doing rallies, right, where he can just tell stories about snakes and shark attacks, and you talk about Arnold Palmer's penis and perform oral sex on a microphone. All the kind of disgusting, weird things he does at rallies. Oh, there's John Roberts. Did he?
What do you think about this?
Hold on. Did he engage with Roberts?
There was a slight. First of all, John Roberts is such a little bee. He's going to turn around and gut the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah,
Watch.
of course.
Watch. Because every time John Roberts, not yet, not that I know, unless news broke just now, but I don't think so.
Yeah, but he didn't really engage with any of the justices, did he?
I was going to ask about Amy Coney Barrett. Did he just? I didn't think any
of them. I didn't see him with Cal. I didn't really see. Fetterman!
Yo, let's go!
Republican. Here we go.
Wait, he got more love than the justices. That's crazy.
Well, there's Fetterman in between Peter Welch of Vermont and Chris Coons of Delaware, and Trump specifically singled out Fetterman. The love affair with Fetterman is insane because they spent the first few months of Fetterman's Senate career calling him insane, mentally unbalanced, stroke-induced, should be removed from office. Trump's tie is Fetterman-esque right now, I see. It's hanging at the Fetterman/Trump level. There's the balcony. Can we see anyone else in there who is of interest? I'm trying to have a look around. He's very happy. Is he going back to do a Trump dance? No, he's not. So we don't know how long this speech is going to be. We know there's going to be a lot of lies because Donald Trump lies as often as the rest of us breathe. And Mike Johnson and J.D. Vance will be there to applaud every one of those lies.
Do you think that Stephen Miller is backstage, like still typing it out, or is he back in his blanket
like
for it?
like puppeting, like arm up the back of the jacket,
Yeah.
puppet master him? Stephen Miller is the author of some of Trump's worst, most dystopian screeds, of course.
I think we're going to hear a lot of racism. I think he's going to repeat what he said about
I think we're going to hear about
Somali-Americans.
Somalis, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about. We're definitely going to hear Somalis. I think we're going to hear about Iran.
I think we're going to hear, either people trotted out who've been victims of crime, as they call it, migrant. I miss migrant crime, but immigrant crime, supposedly.
Guys, Manu, I'm going to jump in quickly before he speaks to say Manu Raju of CNN is reporting that Al Green, congressman from Texas, who was removed last year, held up a sign that said black people are not apes, obviously alluding to Donald Trump posting a video of the Obamas as gorillas. As Trump walked by, Steve Scalise jumped in and pulled it out of Al Green's hand.
Oh, I thought that was going to be Jeffries who did that. Good
So
for
is
Al
Steve-
Green.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
There are empty seats as far as I can see to the left.
Wait, also their applause is not that impressive either. Like, they definitely clapped way more for Netanyahu. Straight up.
Netanyahu, of course, gets more.
He's got more money to give him, though.
Oh, here we go. We're hollering.
USA, because where else would we be, honestly? Just in case you needed the reminder.
Also, let's just be very blunt. I was just giving a speech at the National Press Club. This
Well,
man
thank
is
you
an
very
enemy
much,
to the USA.
everybody. It's
Here
really
we go.
An honor, Speaker Johnson,
Oh, boy.
Vice President Vance.
Oh, he's super sleepy.
First Lady of the United States.
Oh, I don't think the catnapping is helping, Francesca.
Celebrity, let's go. Movie star. Oh, boy. Oh.
She's so modest.
There's Lara Trump.
Half of the prediction market business in that box.
Second Lady of the United States.
Oh, speaking of which, the prediction markets must be going crazy.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
There's
yeah.
Usha, who's due with a fourth child. Am I right in saying for JD this
I
summer?
think so, yeah.
Oh, Usha. Oh, I
Usha,
can't. I can't even.
ex-Democrat, ex-liberal, now
Members
enabler of a white
Congress
supremacist
and
administration.
My fellow Americans.
The left her.
Our nation is back.
that what she
Bigger,
claims?
better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Yes.
First lie of the night. It is not richer than before. GDP is lower than Joe Biden.
They won't even release job numbers, by the way, people. We don't know the job numbers officially.
We're just not ready for them.
5 months from now, our country will celebrate
deserve
an
them.
epic milestone
Yeah.
in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better.
Nothing.
This is the golden age of America.
Ah, yes, the golden age of America, where Americans sitting with a gun down by masked agents in the street.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis.
Oh, here we go.
With a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels,
Not true.
a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight,
So I decided to double
after
down on
just
all
one
of it.
year, I can say
Just
with
a reminder to everyone
dignity
watching,
and pride that we have
inflation was just under
achieved a
3% when Biden
transformation
left
like
office. It's
no
pretty
one
much the
has
same
ever
right
seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround.
Trump has mastered
for
the
the
art of
ages.
just lying.
A turnaround for the ages if you are me, my family, or in my cabinet, and you're currently making money off of my administration.
Or one of the many rich dudes I pardoned.
Or our
Yeah.
pedophile.
Or one of the rich pedophiles I pardoned.
Indeed.
There's many
The Venn
different
diagram. Yeah.
Venn diagram.
They're inclusive. Say what you will, they're
One of the
inclusive.
drug traffickers that I pardoned, a foreign head of state that I pardoned.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back.
Wasn't that a Kamala Harris line?
Yo.
2024.
Is he gonna say Trump is Brad? I really hope he does.
We're not going back.
We're not going back.
Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising
It's not
fast.
plummeting, just to be clear.
The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Oh, the dentures are doing a thing. Wow. Yeah. He better cut this short.
He's not going to.
Also, the border's never been
For 4
open.
years,
It wasn't an
in
open
which
border.
millions and
Remember the
millions
app
of
that
illegal
Biden
aliens
rolled
walked
out
across our
kept
borders, totally
millions of people
unvetted and
waiting on
unchecked.
the Mexico side of the
We
U.S.
now
border.
have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
This entire lie that even some Democrats play into is and the media is preposterous.
I wonder
In
if
the
Fetterman's
past 9
clapping.
months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
Who haven't paid me specifically to get a Trump gold card that I also rolled out for the high rollers, you know, the high rolling criminals. If you're a low level criminal, we don't love
We
you.
will
High
always
rollers,
allow
you can buy
people
your
to
way.
come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
Okay, fentanyl is where he goes off the chain. Like, he will make up numbers. He'll be like, there are 350
Pam
million
Bondi,
dead.
Pam Bondi says he saved like 300 million lives, more than there are like
Like, the
people.
population of the country?
You and I are about to die and he saved
decline.
the
Think
They
of
know
it in
because they've
recorded
evidently seized
history,
all
the
the supply
lowest
for
number
themselves, I guess.
in over 125 years. Year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born.
Oh.
Substantially before he was born.
This is, I bet he's
It's a
going
long
Austrian.
time ago.
This sounds like he's
You
going
wouldn't
Austrian.
like me to say that, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah, we're off. Let's
The
go.
Biden administration
Yes,
and
keep
its
talking about
allies in
Fred.
Congress gave us the worst
Fred allegedly was arrested at a KKK
in the
rally.
history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration
Protesting them, right,
has
Medi?
driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years.
There were good people
And in
on
the
both sides,
last
though.
3 months
There were
of
definitely both good
2025, it was down to 1.7%.
I love the fact that The way the prompters are set up is they put two screens. For
Yeah,
people who
yeah.
don't know. And you're just supposed to read it naturally. That's why they put two. But he's reading one, and then he's switching his body weight to the other. He's super tired. That podium is taking a lot of weight.
Oh, it really
He's
is.
gripping. He is
Under my
gripping.
predecessor,
Also, wait, there's a
Hunched.
sheen on the
quite honestly,
hands. I
the
think we need to
disaster
notice
is
right
now
now.
Oh,
below
yes.
$2.30
I'm
a
calling
Some
you.
gallon.
There's
folds.
a new
And in
makeup.
some places, $1.99 a gallon. And
Oh,
when I
classic when he just
visited
makes up
the
gas
great
prices.
state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Where?
Where I went and found the only gas station in the country that changed the price for my visit.
I mean, sure, it was sucked out by a train hopper who takes it from
Mortgage
other
rates
people's
are the lowest in
cars and
4
puts it in yours, but it was
years.
$1.
And the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem well, at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
So this is where apparently his approval rating has not dipped, and people over
And
65.
we are going to keep
were-
it that way.
Which is?
The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In
Ooh,
12 months, I secured
substantially.
commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
Low-key, he might not bring up the Middle East at all. Like, he
No,
might
he's
just, like, lie through the economy and,
Really?
like,
I think he's got Iran on the brain
Ta-
somewhere.
Think of
Maybe.
it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a
One thing the
difference.
Democrats need to learn from the Republicans and Donald Trump, I said, is just you just need to learn how to confidently throw around.
Short
the T
time
word.
ago, we were a
Just
dead
trillion.
country.
Just like we're going to have
Now
a trillion.
we are the
We're going to bring in
hottest country
$18
anywhere
trillion
in the
of
world.
investment. Who's fact checking you? Nobody.
Every 50% of statistics are made up on the spot.
Yeah, indeed.
That's true.
But he's a master of it, and I think
18 trillion in a year? I
As
mean,
thousands of new businesses
Sure. I think
are
he-
forming
didn't
in
he-
factories, plants, and laboratories.
Didn't he do a
are
Middle
being
East
built.
tour where he claimed he got
We have
more
added
investment than the GDP of those
70,000
countries?
new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can
bullshit.
believe what they're
Construction
watching.
jobs I thought were
American
super
oil
down.
production is up by more than
Well, he's deporting half of them.
600,000 barrels a
Well,
day.
yeah, 1 in
and
3
we
construction
just
workers, I
received
believe, are immigrants.
from our
aren't they?
new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million
Oh, I just checked the
barrels
tape,
of
by the
oil.
way. Trump did shake Amy Coney Barrett's hand.
Oh. That's
Oh,
good.
our
That's
new
nice.
partner, Venezuela. Oh, a little part of me died. And of course, everyone who, at
Natural
once
gas
thought
production is at an all-time
the
high because I
Bolivarian
kept
Revolution
my
was
promise
kind of cool
to
at one point.
Drill, baby, drill.
Delcy Rodriguez is like, I swear, we're not partners.
More Americans are working today than at any time
Is Cash
in the
Patel at the State of the
history
Union?
of our country. Think about that.
He's on a flight. He's on a flight still.
He's on a private jet somewhere?
Yeah.
And
He had to go catch a
100%
concert.
of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
Low key, I have not seen him. I will say.
Cash?
Yeah.
He's hard to, he's easy to miss.
I mean, he was really, really blitzed
We
after just
ended
half a course because he's so
DEI
strong.
in America.
Oh, biggest applause of the night. We ended DEI in America. That's diversity,
DEI,
equity,
of
and
course.
inclusion programs.
Well, it's officially diversity, equity, inclusion. It really is the new
We've got a
N-word for the
record
Republican
number
Party.
of job-killing
Yeah.
regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans a record off of food stamps.
You
Yeah,
didn't
we
lift
just
them off
we
of-
just we
Yeah.
wait. We
You
just
kicked
took
them
them off.
I know.
We
didn't
just
lift them
got
with
rid of it.
Higher incomes. We didn't give them
They're
better
not
better
eating.
deals.
For all of these reasons,
They're not
I say
eating.
tonight, members of
Thousands of hospital beds were emptied between 2020 and 2024.
Wrong.
We did an amazing job.
Yeah, they weren't lifted off of it. They lost it, and now they're screwed.
Yep.
That's a pretty good bit, I will say. That's pretty good.
But again, this is kind of that's nothing new for Republicans.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This is what they
Our
peddled.
country is
forever.
winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it.
You can stop.
People
You should
are
just
asking
stop.
me, please, 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 Mr.
Stop.
President, we're winning too
Please.
much.
Yeah.
We can't take it anymore. We're
Oh.
not used to winning in our country.
Oh, this
Until
is
you
this
came
is the
along,
first
we said, "Oh, we're
imaginary
losing, but
anecdote
now
of the
we're
night.
winning too much."
Often involves a
I
sir
say,
or some
"No, no,
tears,
no.
but
You're
people are
going to
telling
win
him we're
again.
winning too much.
You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger
Drinking.
than ever. And to prove that point,
Oh,
here with us tonight is
Yes,
a
I
group
knew
of
it.
winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's
Oh, the
gold
hockey players.
medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Come on in. What they're gonna? Are they doing like a
There you
march
go.
on stage?
Is there a Black Hawk helicopter? Oh,
Okay, that I've not
yes.
seen before.
Wait,
in the State of
oh,
the
I
Union.
really hope Cash is with them.
Cash better be
Please,
with them. They
please.
lift them up.
Can I just say, I don't know which hockey player said it because I don't follow hockey, but one of the players said, us going to the State of the Union is not political. No, that's not political at all.
It was I think it was the game winner.
We're just gonna be props.
I will say, to be fair, that the guy who scored the game-winning goal, he was the one who said that, and it was part of a longer conversation where he did stick up for his female counterparts. But it's still kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's like obviously
this
so
is a
brainless
political
to say
act.
it's not political. Yeah, yeah. He was saying like everyone needs to stop being so political. And it's
Is
like,
he gonna
bro,
mention the U.S. women's team, even though they
the
declined?
biggest Fed was in your locker room. Like J. Edgar Hoover's ancestor was in your locker room. What do you mean it wasn't political? What are you talking about, bro?
Descendant.
Yeah. Although, I mean, Cash Patel, if he believes in reincarnation,
Wait, but is he gonna mention the women's team? Because they also won gold.
I highly doubt it. Because they didn't want to come, so he'd be insulted probably. Also, notice half the team isn't there. I will also note it's like 6 of them.
Sorry, I have to just say, but hockey, the whitest sport of them all. And
Oh, wait.
I love hockey, but it has to be
It is an
honest.
incredible sport, but yes, demographically in America, it's pretty darn,
Yes.
Yeah.
Although, let's not forget, these are the same Republicans who were happy for other
It's the
Olympians
first
to
time
lose,
I've ever seen them get
even
up.
as Americans, because they dared say they were
And
uncomfortable
actually,
with what was happening
not
in Minnesota.
all of them did get up.
Yeah.
They beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Oh,
you said they're coming to the
look
White
at-
House.
Look at that little sneer of, I got them.
I thought they said they're not coming to the White House. So when he says they're coming to the White House, does that mean ICE is bringing them, or like how are they coming out of choice?
They did. I think they initially said no because they were all busy. So maybe he's like really like challenging them. Like,
do
no,
you
you
think-
can come at any time.
Do you think
know,
he'll
to
lay
make
out
them say no.
the spread, the McDonald's hamburger spread that he did in his first term?
The U.S. men's team knows what they're doing next. Like, what's the blocking on this prop piece? I don't think they know what to
They
do.
have to cheer for when he's
That's a good
racist
question.
against Somalis later in the speech.
Ah, yes, they're there. Clank their medals
I just
together.
want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them,
But?
so we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there and they weren't about to say no because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Is he saying like voting no to come?
Yeah, voting no.
Like, yeah, I would be really embarrassed if he said no, so they all came. Like, what are you talking about?
That is a large man. Sorry, that's so just non-political. That's a Fetterman-sized man.
He's in better shape than that.
Fetterman really should have just been a goalkeeper.
He's 6'4", according to Google.
Fetterman?
No, the guy, the
Oh.
goalie, Connor.
Yeah. He's a good player.
Oh, he's just
He had
lanky.
46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. You practice that, or was that a little lucky?
Oh,
He refused
boy.
to answer that question.
He's really milking this story. I'm
But I
pretty
just
confident
wanna
Donald Trump has never
tell
watched
you
a hockey
that
match
the
prior to this,
members of
or even
this
did
great
watch this
hockey
one.
squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case, my vote was more important.
Okay, what's the vote? Yes.
And I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years, but when I say many, not too many, like 12. It's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow.
I think he's got a thing for Connor. I'm sorry. Like,
I think he's got a thing for medals and prizes and hanging things around people's necks and shiny gold objects.
yeah.
And
Golden
anything-
showers as well,
Oh.
allegedly. Like,
oh god. Okay, can we get through this? Some of us have. I mean, I've got to
oh,
get up
Barry.
to
Wait, is that
fast.
Barry? No, does that just look like Barry Weiss?
No.
Can I just say, I got to get up tomorrow morning to fast. I got to eat before sunrise.
Why?
This-
You should be eating on.
They
you
need
should-
to. They need to move this shit along. They cannot have like a 20-minute NHL diversion.
Special job you did. What
But he
special
can. You know
champions
why,
you are.
Medi?
Thank you very much.
He's got nothing else to talk about.
This is
This is the only
he
good
has
thing.
nothing else to talk about, and he's
That's true.
completely. He's got total
important point.
impunity and immunity.
If
And
they hadn't
Democrats.
won, he's got nothing to talk about when he has his fake stories of people are telling me we can't stop winning. Because he's not winning. We're not winning on the tariffs. We're not winning on the economy. We're not winning in multiple fields of life.
Yeah,
Also,
wait.
please
What would have been his
stand
crutch if
down
Canada
the
won?
Olympic torch is lit.
Like, this is obviously like his one.
He would have annexed
descendant
Canada.
of tariffs.
He would have annexed Canada in response.
28 Olympics, and it's the summer.
He's still
version
talking about the Olympics.
right
Get
in
the
Los
fuck
Angeles.
on with it. It's
You do a good job in
9:30.
Los Angeles.
Medi, just snack, bro. You gotta.
But I've eaten for tonight. I'm just thinking about tomorrow morning.
Also, it's funny that even the Olympics is something he can't really bring up without also sparking up conversation about Epstein and ICE.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
That's a declaration of war. That's a declaration of war on Los Angeles. I am here in LA, and we know what he means by that.
This
He wants
year,
the
and I must say,
LAPD and
not
Karen
about
Bass to basically be under his thumb,
first term,
and they often are in Olympic
disappointed
games around the
because
world, right?
I think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're
What?
getting the World Cup.
Yourself.
So we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming. And that is
No one wants to come.
Quick follow-up, sir. How are they going to get here?
Yeah,
if
how
you
are the fans going to
detaining
make it
tourists?
in? What's going to happen
For-
to the Senegalese fans from the top African team who are on a banned list?
So this will be a year to celebrate.
Well, I guess
our
he said he
country
got it for himself.
and the
Pretty
heroes
straight
who
up.
have kept
I mean,
it free.
serious point, and someone in the
Men like
YouTube chat made this
Buddy
point as well.
Haggard.
It's insane that this
At age
guy
17,
gets re-elected for a
Buddy
second term and
volunteered
gets
to
the
defend
World Cup,
America
the
in World
Olympics,
War
and the
II.
250th birthday
Serving in
all
the
on his
Pacific
watch.
under the
Like,
great
is he the luckiest
General
man in the
Douglas
history of
MacArthur.
mankind?
And you know what?
He fought
He'll still
bravely
fuck
in
them
the
all up.
famous
Oh yeah, that's for
battle
sure.
of
But, but then our country
so
suffers.
hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And
The
81
Olympics
years ago this
canceled in-
month, he
in LA.
liberated the
There's no
largest
reason.
internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest.
Head of the
in
Olympic
world.
committee still
But
in
he
the
earned
Epstein
many
files, by the
honors
way.
Exactly, that's what I was saying.
Purple
Like, he cannot
Heart,
talk about
Bronze
any of this
Star,
without
came home,
bringing up
started
something
a
else.
family,
Like,
and tonight,
everything
he is
is
in the gallery
unsafe for
looking forward
him.
to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Yeah, Casey Wasserman needs to go.
Yeah.
Barron is taller than the NHL goalie. Just
Yeah,
FYI.
he's like 6. Isn't he like 7 feet?
He's like, let's Google. Let's
He's-
ask Ayatollah Google.
He's like 6'7", I think.
Oh my God, Ayatollah.
You just want to say 6'7", Prem. It's 6'9".
No,
actually.
I'm just saying here.
He's
Brave man,
6'9".
we salute
6'9".
you.
That's
Even in times of challenge.
For
crazy.
what?
That's
and
crazy.
immense
For
heartache,
what?
the
Like,
spirit
what's he
of
doing with all that?
'Maybe he's a
1776 has
time traveler
always
who's gonna,
shone through
activate.
very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One
And
of the
your
worst
FEMA department did nothing because
Rising-
Republicans ignored it for months.
matter of minutes, tragically
Years.
claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie
Just
Kate
FYI, we're half an hour into the
Clayman
speech.
closed her eyes and prayed to God. She
75%
thought
more to
she was
go.
going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott
Bullshit.
Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. A young guy, but very brave, very, very top.
Mirel in the YouTube chat says Donald has very low energy. I agree with Mirel.
But 164 others to save.
Concerned Citizen 3476 says Trump looks like Lurch right now, which is quite an interesting analogy.
By the way, the Camp Mystic flood is no feather in Trump's cap, and he should be ashamed to be
100%.
talking about it.
It's
Dozens
absurd.
of people died. It was very preventable. FEMA took forever. The emergency weather services had been defunded locally by every Republican leader and every local leader. They did a disservice to those children and those families. They all have blood on their hands, and it's only getting worse.
And it's amazing how we all just moved on from it. I include myself in that, like a shocking
People watched
story that I
Scott
didn't,
from a
and
distance.
actually right now,
They
families of
couldn't believe
9
what was
victims are
being-
suing
winds were
Texas for letting them
blowing,
down.
the
That's
rain was
Governor Abbott's
Good.
Texas.
blowing, and that
Good.
Civil claim in court right
I
now.
have a video on my
Like
YouTube
they
channel,
said,
Habituation
wow,
Room. Check out my long form video where I
Right,
talk about
Scott
every
and
level of
Millie
failure
Kate
in that
are here
tragedy.
together,
said.
reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
27 campers and counselors died on July 4th, 2025.
Including the guy whose camp it was, which actually made. Oh no.
Has child entered or has cat entered?
Child is trying to enter. This is when you
And
stream
Petty
out of
Officer
your home.
Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
Let's not forget, Donald Trump gave the nation's highest award to Rush Limbaugh, so they're kind of all tainted now, all those awards.
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much.
What happened?
Take care of that very important service. Thank you.
Just giving him his award, I guess.
From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further. Where government answers to the people, not the
Every
powerful.
child has a
and
chance
where
to
the interests of
contract
hardworking
measles.
American
This
citizens
is a
are
super
always
boring
mercury
speech from
poisoning.
Stephen Miller.
Concern.
I mean, I
That is
prefer
the
to watch a
debt we
Donald
owe
Trump
to
rally,
the
I'll be honest
heroes
with you.
who came before us.
I prefer hearing
And
about
that
the
is
shark
the
attacks and
promise
the
we
toilet
must
flushes.
keep
I'm just going
to
to be honest.
America for our 250th year.
Not this shit.
Fillet
Last
the
year, I
mic.
urged this
Fillet
Congress
the
to
mic.
begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you,
The
Republicans.
largest tax cut for the 1%,
Yes.
the millionaires, the billionaires, making his first tax cuts permanent, allowing billionaires to do things like write off their private jets. That is what he made permanent. This is what we talk
All
about. When we talk about
Democrats,
the oligarchy.
every single one of
That's who
them
he's delivering
voted
for.
against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts.
They were like really important, okay?
These are tax cuts that gave the top 1% a $50,000 tax
They
cut.
wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we
The
held
12
strong.
people at
and
my
with the
inauguration.
Great, big, beautiful bill. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. for our great
Lie. That's not true that there's no tax on Social Security. They've been lying about this since last summer. It's a complete lie. It's not in the bill. They just made it up. And they get away with it because we have no opposition and no real media.
Interesting that
And
there's
we
a
also
sort of
made interest on auto
podcasters are not
loans
here.
tax
Like, where's
deductible
Rogan?
The first time, but only if the car is made in America.
Isn't
It
that
is
what
interesting.
Biden
I-
did? That's what
I-
Biden did.
That is true. I do wonder if like any of the Republicans like tried inviting any of the podcasters that have all either soured on them or are embarrassed now.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met
Or were they like,
Megan
it's not even worth it?
The top three Trump
devoted
puffers are
mom
all
who's
pretty embarrassed by him, aren't they?
homeschools
Rogan,
her children,
Schultz, and
beautiful
Theo
two
Von.
children.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, at least Schultz like seems to be earnestly reflecting and like engaging with the stuff,
operating very heavy equipment.
which is good.
Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to
Kelly?
tell you that
No.
she is so much
Terrifying.
richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
First
and
of
our
all,
expanded
this fool has
child
never
tax
tipped
credit
20%
done
in
again
his
by
life.
Republicans. Megan
He
and
has
her
tipped
husband will take home more
accidentally
than
10%
$5,000
one time. Rich people don't
just a
tip.
year,
Everybody
cutting
knows that.
Her tax bill in more than half.
Megan, where's Megan?
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
Hi, I'm already standing. Anyway, could I have a minimum wage raise? Because it is $7.25. But
Thank
I
you,
guess that's
Megan.
cool.
We're fighting.
Well, I
for
got to
you,
get back
Megan.
to my shift now. Can I
Underprivileged
go?
parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts.
Oh God!
And I didn't
Yo.
This was good.
Let's
This
go.
was
Trump
a good.
accounts.
The Trump accounts was a good idea, objectively.
Mussolini. The naming
Nobody
was
believes me,
political
but I
genius.
did not name it. It was named by a very
Oh,
tall man.
I didn't name them. Nobody believes you. Yeah, nobody fucking believes you, including your family in the balcony.
Wait, okay, but
Tax-free
he
investment
promised this,
accounts
but guys,
for
it hasn't
every
happened
budget.
yet.
Well, this is
And
something the
I think
first
adjusted
president
for
has
inflation,
taken off
it's
and
like
gone through the roof.
nothing. But he's
Millions will
promising
be
what, like
refunded
2,000 in
courtesy
every.
of the U.S. Treasury and private
There you go.
individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6,250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
This is going to end
They're
up
great
like
people.
Steve Bannon's wall fundraiser. I mark my words. It is going nowhere. You're gonna get it in Ethereum. It's gonna be like given to you in
You know, I
it's
asked
gonna be
Michael,
like
how do you make all
some
that money? He said,
obscure
"Well, I just sat
Bitcoin
at my desk
cryptocurrency.
and they make
That is
computers
funny. Like
for
all the
people
like Trump marquee
just
financial
kept
policies
selling
are
and
like
selling and selling.
bastardized versions of
Yeah,
like
it's explained.
Kamala's
It's called the
one
American
policy
dream.
platform
It's
that
called
was
a lot of
like,
computers, a lot
if
of those
you're like a
laptops.
Pell Grant
I
recipient and are
congratulate
also
them
a
on
small
that, but I
business
really
owner,
thank
like you
him,
get like this
Susan,
special
as well
like
as others
high
like Brad
interest loan or
Gerstner,
something,
very
and it's like that's
tremendous
Trump's
guy who
version.
was behind
But
it
like
right from
with
the beginning.
the
Brad
Kamala's
Gerstner.
policy,
Thank you,
it's
Brad.
meant to like make sure it doesn't actually help anyone and not rock the boat.
Right.
And for him, it's just to make sure it makes like the worst people possible as rich as possible.
So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov. Trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of
Wait,
people are
is
doing this,
he
setting every record
asking
in the
for
book.
donations?
Popular. They knew what it was going to take. So proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. Now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P
$1,000, guys.
7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs.
Ooh,
I
here we
used
go.
these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both
Laser eyes at the
economically and
justices.
on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy.
Yeah, what were those islands that are
And so
solely
are we.
populated with
We made
penguins?
deals.
Thank
We did
God
all the
we've
time.
been. Sure, yeah,
And
they're
they're
mostly
happy.
paying us in like
They can pay
found
like they used
string,
to.
but
We're
I
making a
really
lot
do
of money.
appreciate we're getting
There was no
finally getting
inflation,
paid.
tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement.
Oh,
So
unfortunate
despite
involvement.
the disappointing ruling, these powerful
He called them
country
traitors or
saving,
something, didn't he,
it's
the other day?
saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without.
What
We
war?
remain in
What did you
place under
settle?
fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes.
We don't know it because he settled it.
For a long
So thank
Oh,
goodness.
they would have started.
Yeah.
Pre-settled them with
Exactly.
tariffs somehow.
Exactly. That's why we
leading
don't
to a
know.
solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time tested and approved. And as
Yeah,
time
even
goes
though
by, I
only
believe
Congress
the
has the
tariffs
power
paid
of
for by
tariff
foreign
power of the
countries
purse.
will, like in the past,
Someone's got to alert the
substantially
Republicans that they
replace
have
the
this power because they
modern-day
clearly don't
system
care
of
about it.
income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
A tariff is a tax. It's a tax that comes down on consumers. For the love of God, like, I don't understand how this is not clear.
Moving
How
forward,
people
factories,
would ever be
jobs,
duped by this.
investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. Put America first. I love America.
It is interesting, Francesca, because largely, actually, most people seem to have actually been like, out of all the Trump policies, mostly opposed to tariffs more than almost anything else.
Yeah,
So
it's
it
the one
did.
thing
It did
he
sink
also-
through.
He didn't really
For
ever. I can't
decades
remember how
before
much he
I
talked
came
about on the
along,
campaign trail, but it was like it was
he had
also
the
something he's
exact
been
opposite.
he has been laser
From
focused
trade
on
to
it.
healthcare,
It's like to
from
what end?
energy to immigration. Everything was stolen and rigged in order
We're
to drain
seeing it.
the
I mean,
wealth
like
out of the
parents are
productive,
seeing them.
hardworking people.
But we can only
who
deal with.
make our
We can have
country
$2.
great, make our
Remember,
country
just
run.
$2. You don't need
Under
$10.
Biden and
maybe
his
just
corrupt
$2.
partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prison.
This is how you know the open borders thing is a
mental
lie, is because he
murdering
also adds the Green New
11,000
Deal into it,
Yeah.
which
murders that
also
came into our
never
country who
happened.
allowed that to happen.
Right.
And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it.
So,
We're
Ron,
talking
let's
about this
Zoran.
word.
Talk about
Knowing
Zoran.
full well that they caused and created.
I love it when he discovers new
increased
words in the English language.
prices
We're
that
talking about
Affordability.
groceries.
Grocery, yeah. Remember
Groceries.
groceries?
you
That's a
caused
new
the
one.
problem.
Scott,
You
you
know
know,
what else
about
is
that word?
insane?
Grocery.
In his first term, he met with a group of journalists from The
It's a
Economist
bag.
magazine, and he claimed to have come up with the phrase pump priming, which John Maynard Keynes came up with 100 years ago.
It's a bag of different things in it. The other thing that's really crazy, and if we had any fair media in this country, we would talk
They knew
about,
their statements were a lie. They knew it.
is the fact
They
that
knew their statements
the
were a
taxes
big
on
rotten lie.
the tax breaks that
Their
he's given to the
policies
1% has
created
added
the
to
high
the debt
prices.
enormously. What is
Our
it?
policies
And remember, the
are
Republican Party is the
rapidly
party that
ending
deals with the
that.
debt.
We are doing really
And nobody
well.
asks
Those
how we're going to
prices
pay
are
for
plummeting
all of these
downward.
tax cuts. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it?
No one asks how you're going to pay for tax cuts. No one asks how you're going to pay for a war in Iran, but everyone asks how you're going to pay for Medicare for all.
The price of eggs is down
Price of eggs, drink.
%.
My kombucha,
The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent
groceries.
is lower today than when I
Did
took
you just
office
add
by a
rent in
lot.
there? Did you
And
sneak
even
That's
rent in there?
all
You
not
really
true.
MFer?
Come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down.
Rent.
And soon you will see
Healthcare
numbers
costs.
that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago.
Any person that's gone to a grocery store knows, just like generally speaking, like everything is like actively worse, like even like
Yes.
quality wise, and 4 times more
Like
expensive.
another
And none of
big
it's being
tax
checked
cut.
for,
I'm also
salmonella or
confronting
Yeah.
one of the
basic.
biggest
basic-
ripoffs
no
of
food
our
inspection.
time,
That's all being done
the
by
crushing
RFK.
cost of
He
healthcare.
licks it clean.
Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare,
Which you
big
couldn't
insurance company
rescind
has gotten rich.
because
It
there was
meant for the insurance
upheaval.
companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced
100%
the
of
great
Americans own
health care
stock.
plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
From the
You
same
just
companies that will
explained-
make it more expensive.
But bro, you just explained the Affordable Care Act. You literally just explained the Affordable Care Act. I want to give money to the people, and then so they can go
In addition,
back
my
and
plan
buy their health
requires
insurance.
maximum
dumb
price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so
You-
simple, so big.
Ugh.
And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on healthcare and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
This is interesting. This, I think, it warrants a little bit more investigation. He's rolling out
Other
effectively
presidents tried
a
to do it,
website where
but
you
they
can
never
buy
could.
drugs
They
directly.
tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried.
It's gonna
They
be
couldn't
it's
do it. They
Trump
didn't even get
RX.
drugs.
Oh my
But
God.
isn't
They
that
were all
website
told
just meant to
no
connect people
action.
to
But I got it done.
companies that sell the
Under my
drugs?
just enacted
Like it seemed like this sort of like
most
second
favored
order
nation
website that isn't
agreements,
necessarily still a
Americans
direct
who
sale
were for decades paid by
website.
far
Well,
the
you're the
highest
journalist,
prices of
Prem.
any
I
nation
mean-
anywhere in the world for prescription drugs.
I just looked up
will now
Ozempic
pay the
because, of
lowest
course-
price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The
His
lowest
anonymous
price.
friend that he always talks about. I wonder if he's going to talk about him tonight.
Who
His
takes
very
the fat
famous
shot?
billionaire friend,
Who's on
who's
the
a
fat
very
shot?
smart, kind of annoying
Big
guy.
brain.
Go in
He's on the
my
fat shot. It's him.
first
It's
year,
him. He's on
second
Ozempic.
term.
We all know this. Trump takes Ozempic. I'm sorry. Allegedly.
If he does, why isn't it working?
Strange things happen.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I
working.
mean-
That's why
I
he
took
looks extra old.
prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's
Oh,
a big achievement.
is he going to do a
Wait, what?
1,500%?
The
Is he going to do his 1,500% decline?
300, 400,
Here we go.
500, 600
We
Here we go.
can
and
print
more.
a coupon.
Yep.
All
Say it.
available right now at a new website
You
called Trump
mathematically
RX.
innumerate
But I didn't name
freak.
that one
You
either, by the
cannot
way.
cut the price of something by 600%. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, but guys, I just have a coupon
Here
from
tonight is the very first
TrumpRx.gov/Ozempic
customer ever to get
that gives
big
me a
discount,
discount.
and it is big.
Is that for
Catherine
real?
Rayner.
I'm not even joking.
5
I could
years,
print it
she
right now.
has
Can you imagine? I want to go to.
600%.
I have to
infertility.
go to a pharmacy and
They
try to
turned
fill
to
this.
IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000.
What kills me about this drug price stuff is it's classic Trump
a
line.
few
When
weeks
people,
ago, she
so I worked at
logged
MSNBC.
onto the
You know,
Trump
anyone
RX
who's worked in
website
mainstream media
and
knows
got that
that the
same
policy
drug
is you
that
shouldn't call
cost
Trump a liar
$4,000,
because
got
you
it
don't know
for
what's in his heart,
$500.
right? You don't know his
A
intent.
reduction of much
And my
more,
point always
actually,
is
than
that works one time only.
$3,500.
When you say something false,
Catherine, we are
manifestly
all
false,
praying
like
for
you've
you,
cut
and
drug
you're
prices
going to
600%,
be
which is impossible.
A great mom.
And then you're corrected multiple times and you keep saying it,
Yep.
then you are a brazen liar. Simple as that. Or you're the dumbest person in the world. They're not mutually exclusive.
A 60% off the an inhaler, and then okay,
Now I'm calling on
select your
Congress
strength.
to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard
Oh,
for somebody
while we were
that comes
talking,
along
I didn't
after
realize
me
he
to
was
say,
he's thrown out before.
let's raise
Al Green
drug
was already
prices
thrown
by
out.
700 or 800%.
Because
But John
he said
and Mike,
black
if you
people
don't
aren't
mind,
apes.
codify it
Because of the
anyway.
sign, I guess. Yeah.
They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you.
Oh,
Many
this is a
Americans
great,
are also
great
concerned that
photo.
energy demand
Black
from
people
AI
aren't
data
apes.
centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills.
Second
Tonight, I'm
consecutive
pleased
year
to
that Al
announce
Green's
that
been
I have
removed.
negotiated the
from the
new
president's address to Congress.
ratepayer protection pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down.
It's nice
You're
that
just
you
gonna-
do that.
Unique
It's fun.
strategy
You're just
never
gonna
used
say
in
make
this
shit
country
up, but
before.
that's not actually
We have an old grid
happening
that
where
could
these
never handle the kind of
data centers are
numbers,
being
the
built.
amount of electricity that's
Yeah,
needed.
he's announcing this as like some new proposal, and it's like you're just going to give the companies a tax break to pay for
Will
it.
ensure
Like
the
they're not
company's
paying for it,
ability to get
obviously.
electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years.
In
Another pillar
Memphis,
of the
right, where
American dream that has
Elon
been
Musk's
under attack
XAI
is home
data
ownership.
centers are.
With us tonight
The
is
prices are through the
Rachel
roof.
Wiggins, a
People
mom
are
of two
getting
from Houston.
horrible,
She placed
like
bids on
respiratory
20 homes
diseases.
and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection.
Okay.
Paid all cash and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed
He said
executive
abolish
order
BlackRock.
to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
This this warrants follow-up because he's hitting all of these populist themes.
Right.
That's something that people want. People
And now
want
I'm
lower
asking
men.
Congress to make
Is he
that
actually
ban
doing this?
permanent
Is
because
he going to
homes
make good
for
on this?
People, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
Good luck.
That's what I tell myself.
You'll get one soon.
I'll get one soon.
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social
But you want people to
Security,
retire when they're
Medicare,
70.
Medicaid.
Yeah, talk about the big beautiful bill and what that has done to both of those, specifically to Medicare. Like, come on.
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year, as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure
This
that
isn't going to put a
members
dent
of
in his
Congress
polling numbers.
cannot
It's not at all.
corruptly profit.
The big beautiful bill
insider
cuts $500 billion in Medicare, guys. Just so you know, you're cutting Medicare in the long run, and the private equity being barred from buying homes is great. Is he gonna actually follow through on it? I'm guessing no. My thing is no. And yes, when I clicked on other drugs on the Trump RX website, I was taken to basically just like a pharmaceuticals homepage on how to buy it, like directly from
I can't believe it.
that company.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she was here?
Oh.
Doubt it.
Oh.
Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
Only I'm allowed to do that.
A little dig at Pelosi on stock trading with her husband.
Half the Republicans unsure if they should be clapping.
They're like, did I just do it today?
I wasn't sure if anybody, even on this side, was going to applaud for that. I was impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plunging, it's plundering America.
Please talk about
There's been no more
corruption,
stunning example
sir.
than Minnesota.
$sign Trump.
Minnesota, here we go.
Here we go. We're about to do. Here comes
Somalis.
the Somali portion.
$19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the
He literally just named where Somali people are. Like that's the only
Nick
reason he listed
Shirley's in
those
the house
states.
tonight, isn't he? The ridiculous person who helped incite.
They're targeting
all
San
the
Diego
nonsense.
as well. There's a Somali American community there as well.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
and
Nick Shirley, go ahead.
I was just going to say, everyone needs to remember that when it comes to Somali Americans in the Somali community, they've long been a target for white supremacists, like just neo-Nazi groups for for
Threatened
decades
attacks.
now.
Yeah, there was actual domestic terror attacks planned on their mosques.
He'll get it
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali
No, you won't.
pirates who
No, you-
ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world.
Is it going down in volume, or is that just me?
Norm, not the
It's
exception.
it's him.
Importing these cultures through
Oh, here we go.
unrestricted immigration and open borders.
Importing
Stephen
these
Miller.
cultures.
Problems right
Yeah.
here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance.
A reminder that Somali Americans
taxes,
are
and
also
perhaps most
American
importantly,
people.
crime.
Right.
We will take care of this problem. We're gonna
Importing
take
these
care of
cultures, says a guy whose father's side comes from Germany,
Delilah.
mother's side from Scotland. 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants. Just
It's
a
amazing
piece
to
of
me.
work.
They're not only focusing on the Somali community, but they're also focusing on daycare providers, hospice providers, people who are helping the sick, the elderly, and children. Like this whole thing, as if these are the folks who are committing the fraud and the
18-wheel
crime
tractor
and not
trailer
themselves.
plowed
It's
into
truly
her,
sickening.
stopped
Like
the car
it's
traveling
beyond
at
words.
60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien, let in
Here we
by
go.
Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the 1st grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Sadly, if it had been ICE that had crashed into your car, you would not be alive right now. Because ICE also loves to hit people with their cars and kill them. This is so sick. This kind of shit is so sick. That's what I'm saying. Like, kids, they have no choice in this.
Thank you.
It's almost moot at this point, but like
Many of
a
them
year and a
are
half ago or 2 years ago,
illegal,
Republicans'
not
whole
English,
thing was
cannot
save the
read
children, and they
basic
used that as like a
road signs,
catch-all for like how
directions to
pro-family
the
they were.
danger.
This is the most
Okay.
anti-family, anti-child
tonight I'm
government
calling on
possible. I mean,
Congress
Francesca, you
to
talked about
pass
measles,
what we will call
that's a
the
thing now.
Delilah Law,
Or the fact that, again,
requiring any
half
state
these
to
people are
grant
apparently implicated
driver's
somehow or linked to a guy that was
license,
infamously a child toucher. They don't want kids to have like free breakfast at school. They are pretty fine for kids getting killed at school. It's just like,
Or what about cutting Medicaid? I mean, Medicaid and
yeah.
all the ways, like, however,
And yesterday,
40% of live
as you
births are covered by
probably saw at the
Medicaid
White House,
is
I
being
hosted a
drastically
ceremony
slashed.
with
I mean, this will lead to
Americans
child
who
poverty,
lost their
more
treasured
child
loved
poverty,
ones
deaths of
through
children.
the scourge of
it's so
illegal
moot, but it's like not sensational at all to be like just disgusted when they just like hoist up a kid in the audience, because it's like
Absolutely.
for that
Angel
one
moms
kid
and
you're
families that for
applauding for
decades
thousands
our
more
government
just in
betrayed
this country,
and our
let alone
media
the tens of thousands
ignored.
elsewhere. You are ruining their lives.
Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed.
Oh, I
25
she was had
Elizabeth's
an abortion
was
or
a
a
previously
miscarriage.
arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life.
These kinds of stories are especially sick.
Violently
These
and
these stories meant to drive wedges
Her
in the immigrant
heartbroken
community,
mother is in
Latino
the
community,
gallery to remind
as if
everyone in this
ICE
chamber
is at all
exactly
distinguishing
why we are
between
deporting
actual violent
illegal alien
criminals
criminals
and
our
everyday
country
people
at
living their
record
lives.
numbers.
And now he
We're
pretends
getting
like he cares
the
about the
hell
everyday
outta
people
here
living their
fast.
lives.
We don't want
I've been deploying the. I didn't know the leopards would be my face, and the woman who voted for the leopard face eating party. I've been deploying that meme a lot recently because there's been a bunch of stories. I don't know if you guys have seen of people saying my husband was just deported by Trump. My wife was just deported. I didn't know they would go after my husband/wife. I thought it would only be the criminals. I loved Trump. And it's like, this is what you voted for.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen.
Just a
before I got
reminder that
involved,
until a few years
but
ago,
indeed
calling
they would do
immigration
it
an invasion was
all over again.
solely the preserve of neo-Nazis and white
They got
supremacists,
elected, they would open up those
mainstreamed by
borders
Donald
to
Trump and the Republican Party.
some of the worst
And Tucker
criminals
Carlson,
anyone in the
too.
world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
Just a reminder that if you include repatriations, removals, if you include the use of Title
As we
42,
speak,
Joe Biden removed more
Democrats
people
in
than any
this state
single-term president
have cut
since
off
George
all
W. Bush.
funding for the
A
Department
second
of
term, in
Homeland
fact.
Security. It's
So
all cut
it's
off.
bullshit that Joe Biden did not deport people, remove people, or
They have
block people.
instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame.
Oh,
So you have to
no.
think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, pretty
No more
much
government to
snowstorm out
defund.
there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans a chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So
What?
tonight, I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you
Snow
agree
should
with
be
this
shoveled
statement,
within
then
a
stand up and
day.
show your support.
Oh, here we go.
First duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
So why did you kill 2 of them? Why did you murder them in cold blood? Or more than that?
3.
Ruben Ray Martinez
Yeah,
killed
3
last March.
and more. 3 and more.
And then
many more.
and then we don't know how many people have died in detention.
Yeah.
Why? They were Americans. They were American citizens. Since you're drawing
Also,
such harsh
8
lines.
8 killed by Israeli settlers and soldiers in the past 2.5 years, by the way.
Oh,
Those
that
don't
doesn't
count, Prem. If you're
count.
killed by the Israelis, they just don't count.
Yeah. Those are our proxies.
They should.
No.
They should
Thank you
feel
for
bad for
mentioning
making
that.
Israel kill them.
It's true. It's true.
I mean, it's just wild, right? Because like, if anyone else were killed by a foreign government like that, we would stand up for them. There's, apparently white genocide in South Africa.
Right.
The Christians in Nigeria.
This is just like another complete Overton window shift where it's like he's demanding they give DHS back like another $70 billion that came out of nowhere to an agency that literally just committed murder on camera. And like half the chamber is hooting and hollering.
Yeah, and a whistleblower just came out yesterday, an ICE lawyer, a former lawyer who was very happy to work for ICE for years, who just said they are violating the Constitution. They are being told to violate the Constitution. They've cut their training in half, and also no amount of training could overcome the cultural rot inside of ICE that says you can do whatever you want. You can gun people down on the streets. You will
Isn't
have
that a
total
shame?
immunity.
You should be
coming down
ashamed
from
of yourself.
JD Vance
not
himself and Trump
standing
himself.
up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious
People are speaking from the
penalties for
Democratic side. I don't
public
know who, but there's
officials
heckling
who
going on.
block the removal
Good.
of criminal aliens. In many
Someone is
cases,
speaking. I
drug
can hear a
lords,
female
Mike is going to
murderers
say
all
we
over
need
our country,
decorum
they're
in this
blocking
chamber.
the
That's why he's
removal
standing
of
up,
these
Mike Johnson.
people out of our country,
He has his
and
gavel
you should
ready to
be
go.
Ashamed of yourself.
Please maintain decorum as this guy screams at you, as this alleged pedophile screams at you.
Where do you think Hakeem Jeffries goes in his mind?
He's saying his ABCs.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act,
which every Democrat should be calling what it is, which is a voter suppression act.
Yeah, Medi, you just talked about the Save America
illegal
Act.
I did. I
aliens
just did a
and
monologue, a
others
video that we put out,
who are
pointing out that
unpermitted
it's
persons
trying to solve a
from
problem that
voting
doesn't
in our
exist.
sacred
Non-citizens don't
American
vote in our elections, according to the
elections, and cheating
pro-Trump
is rampant in our
2025
elections.
Project
It's rampant.
Authoring Heritage Foundation.
It's very
And,
simple.
yeah, it's a very
All
dodgy act.
voters must show voter ID.
It's not that simple, actually, because the ID, first of all, doesn't include Native American ID, student ID, all sorts of IDs that you could use elsewhere. We know that in places like Texas, you can use your gun license, but you can't use a student ID to vote. We know that
All
according to
voters
this,
must show
we know according to this
proof
bill that there's
of
70 million women in America
citizenship
whose
in
names
order
don't
to
match on their birth certificate because they're married women. We know that a lot of people are going to be disenfranchised for bullshit reasons. And not just
No more
disenfranchised,
crooked mail-in
but
ballots
purged,
except for
purged
illness,
from the electoral rolls.
disability,
That is the plan.
military or travel. None.
And it
Yeah,
should
they
just be noted that that is obviously this
And
push
should
for the
be
Save
an
America
easy
Act
one,
is
and by the way,
coinciding
it's
with
polling at 89%,
the not so
including Democrats,
quiet rumors that they
89%.
want to send ICE to the polls.
By the way, Trump there
Yeah.
is citing polls showing how popular this, getting photo ID is, which is true. If you ask Americans, they say yes. What's interesting is in that those
And
same
even the new
polls
communist mayor
say
of
that
New
you
York
should
City, I
keep
think
mail-in
he's a
voting, you should make Election Day a holiday, you should make it easier to vote. That stuff he
policy,
never
nice
mentions, of course,
Just
nor do
said
the
they
Republicans.
want people to shovel snow. They got
Oh,
hit
here's the
hard.
Mamdani reference.
Want them
Yeah.
to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a
Oh, he's
social
gonna echo
security
this
card.
one.
Yet they
Because
don't
you
want
get paid.
identification for the greatest
get
privilege
paid,
of them all,
dumbass.
voting in America. No, it's no
This is, by the way, the right has been on about this because
Republicans and
Mamdani's asking people to show ID because they're
overwhelmingly
going to
agree
pay
on the
folks, and
policy
the right's
that
like, oh, see, you are okay with
just
IDs.
enunciated. And Congress
That's the first
should
time they've
unite
heard of a
and
wage
enact
job,
this
so
common
it's new
sense,
for them.
country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
This part is the most terrifying. The voting rights, the voter suppression, this coupled with the Supreme Court poised to do what John Roberts has wanted to do for decades, which is fully gut the Voting Rights Act, which could redistrict the South completely out of Democrats.
One reason,
completely.
because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to
Every
what a way to tell on yourself.
accusation
Yes.
Straight
is
up,
a
straight up.
confession.
Everyone, every single one. They can't win any other way. Yeah, who's lost the popular vote? All right.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her
There
to
we
a
go.
new gender, treating her
There
as
we
a
go.
boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
The detransitioned are such props. It's so sick. It really, really is sick. I mean, and this is the thing that, like, I wish Democrats had more backbone on standing up for the human rights of trans people. because this kind of propping up is so gross.
And thank
What do
you
you
for your
make
great
of,
bravery. And
James
who can believe
Tallarico,
that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago. if
I don't
somebody
know
went
enough
up there
about
and
James
said that, they'd
Tallarico. I've
say,
seen him say
"What's
that
wrong with him?"
we're focusing on the wrong 1%
Now
when we
we
talk
have
about
to say
trans
it
people.
because
And to
it's
me,
going
that is
on
exactly
all
the kind of
numerous
messaging
states,
that we should be putting
without
out
even
there.
telling the
You
parents.
focus on the wrong 1%. You're
But
focusing on
surely
trans
we can
people, you should
all
be
agree
focusing
that
on
Yeah, I thought it was
billions.
strong
states
messaging.
allowed to
Excellent.
Rip children from their parents' arms and transition them
Oh,
to a new
Rip
generation.
children from their parents' arms.
yeah, it's funny. You out of context. Rip parents. What is
We
he talking
must
about?
ban
Ice?
it,
No, he's talking
and
about.
we must
trans
ban
kids.
it.
Are you talking about
immediately.
ICE, or are
This
you
is-
talking about Jeffrey Epstein's
Or
impregnated
are you talking about
slaves?
separation at the border and the taking of children and deporting of unaccompanied children and taking? Oh, just insanity.
Nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you,
Oh, there you
they're
go.
crazy.
That's definitely not in the prompter.
I mean, this is the other thing that's like, it's not hyperbolic to say he really is consistently issuing different pogroms on different people. He's pointing at these Democrats. They're crazy. Like,
We're
I mean,
lucky we have a country with people
he's
like
saying it's
this.
open season, right?
Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
But please don't talk about all of the Trump-inspired mass shooters, Melissa Hortman and her husband and their dog in Minnesota. I mean,
No
like,
one cares more
that's
about
the kind of
protecting
rhetoric
America's youth
that,
than our
Can you
you know,
imagine
we're kind
if
of desensitized
First
to.
lady.
Can
Now
you
a
imagine
movie
Barack
star. She's a
Obama?
movie star. Can you believe it?
Oh god, he's talking about Melania's movie right now.
Who would have believed that?
What? This is not in
Over the
prompter,
past year, she has had an incredible
The,
impact championing
No.
AI
Can you imagine,
so
guys?
long.
Barack
advancing a
Obama
landmark
had jabbed
executive
his
order on
finger
foster care
at the Republican side
and
of the
helping
House
secure
and
$30
said,
million
"These
to
people are
launch the
crazy."
Melania
These people are
Trump
crazy.
Can you
foster youth
imagine the reaction
to
of the
independence
entire
initiative? It's a tremendous
political media establishment,
really a
liberal,
tremendous thing that happened and
centrist,
had a lot of
conservative? Would have been
bipartisan
the end of the
support.
world. With Trump, it won't
Gets
even be
much
one of the
better
top 5 headlines.
bipartisan
to
support
State
than
of the
I
Union.
do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're gonna have to tell me how you did that.
Someday you're gonna have to
And
tell us how you guys
students and
met. Was it
educators
through
in every
Jeffrey
state
Epstein?
have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential
Because they're
AI
litigious, I must
challenge,
point out that
keeping
Melania
America's
says
next
it's not true
generation
that they met through
positioned
Jeffrey
to
Epstein.
succeed and
We're
strongly
just asking
succeed
questions.
in the future.
It was Paolo
Tonight, we
Zampoli.
welcome two young people
who
whose
al-
lives
also in the
reflect the
Epstein
First
files.
Lady's impact. Sierra
There's also
Burns
disagreement because it's him and then
Everest
one other guy that
Nevermont.
both take credit for introducing them.
Thank you both. And
So even that story
Melania,
isn't
thank you. I
straight.
know how hard you worked.
They
on
were
it.
They're like,
both
no, I
chaos.
was at the party. No, I was at the party.
You're like, now that's even weirder.
Right.
Now it's even weirder.
Cheated
Oh,
on his
God.
first wife with his second wife, cheated on his third wife with a porn star after she gave birth to their child.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
let's
right.
Not forget the history. By the way, is Tony Gonzalez in the House tonight, Republican congressman?
Speaking
whose
of,
ex-girlfriend, alleged ex-lover, self-immolated, killed herself by
I'm very
setting
proud
herself
to
on fire.
say that during my time in
Is he there
office,
tonight? I assume he is, but I don't know
the
what
first
hell
4
he's doing
years,
the
and in
House. Why has he not
particular
resigned?
this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal.
Okay,
in
apparently
religion,
it was
faith,
Rashida Tlaib
Christianity, belief in
and
God.
Ilhan Omar who were doing some of the.
Tremendous
They're
renewal.
repeating.
And they got
They're
and
the
then they
great-
shouted. They got shouted USA at them by the Republican white.
Ilhan
supremacists.
shouts, "You have killed Americans." Hell yeah, my girl, my girl. I love you.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy.
Oh, here we go. Here's the Erica
Here
reference
we
coming
go.
up.
we are Charlie.
All right, are we wearing sequins? Are we wearing skin tights? What's Erica going with? Oh no!
So
Let's-
last
oh,
year,
let's see.
Charlie was
Sophisticated.
violently murdered
Let's see if
by an
she's some more
assassin
somber today.
and martyred. Really?
Tell us more
martyred
about
for
the
his
assassin, because I
beliefs.
can't feel. We feel like we haven't
His
heard much
wonderful
about it.
wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
So this is interesting. This is one of her first big public appearances where there are no fireworks.
Yeah, I don't. She's handling it well. It must throw her off a bit.
Okay, we're doing a rhythmic clap.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Ha! Most ridiculous thing he said all night, and that I'm including election denialism in that. Donald Trump saying we should reject political violence. What?
We love religion, And we
This is a
love
man who's done
bringing
more to
it
incite
back,
political violence
and
in the
it's
last
coming back
decade
at levels
than any
that
American
nobody
president in my
ever thought
lifetime.
possible.
He's done more to incite
Beautiful
violence,
thing to see.
specifically against people in
Above
that
all,
room,
unleashing
like
America's
Ilhan Omar and
promise
Rashida
requires
Tlaib.
keeping our communities safe.
You've
We've
got
made
Trump
incredible
derangement
strides, yet
syndrome.
dangerous.
Or as I
sweet
said to Piers
offenders
Morgan,
continue to
they
be
have Trump
released
denial
by
syndrome. The facts are the
pro-crime
facts.
Democrat politicians
I feel like
again
you
and
recently
again.
won, though.
We're
Right,
honored to be joined
not,
tonight
though.
by
Donald Trump is on
a
record
woman
saying
who's
he
been
would pay
through
the
hell,
bill
Anya
for people who punched
Surutska.
people at his rallies.
In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young
I
woman.
really
Yes,
think Donald
keep
Trump
talking about a beautiful young
Yeah, I
girl.
really
Yes.
think Donald Trump
War
right now
torn-
should be talking about
Ew.
beautiful daughters.
War-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been
So
arrested
this
over
is a story
dozen
obviously the
times and
Republicans are
was
obsessed
released
with.
through no cash bail.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Stood up
haven't the
and
family said they would
viciously
like them to
slashed a
stop
knife
talking about this
through her
story?
neck
Is this
and
one of the
body.
many stories where
No
the
one will
victims'
ever
families have
forget
said
there
stop
were
using
people
our child or our dead
on that
spouse
train.
as a
Mm-hmm.
prop for
No
your
one will ever
anti-immigrant
forget the expression
crime
of terror
hysterical
on Irina's
propaganda?
face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal
But
war,
Stephen
only
Miller
to
is
be
obsessed with
slain
this
by a
story.
hardened criminal,
Yeah.
set free to kill in America. Came in
Wasn't
through
she
open
an immigrant, though? So, like, was she an
Mrs.
asylum seeker?
Zaretska, tonight I
I'm
promise
supposed to
you
have
we will
pity for
ensure
her?
justice for your
Okay, sorry, I just
magnificent
wasn't
daughter,
sure.
Irina.
She was a good immigrant, Francesca, and I don't know why she was a good immigrant. I'm sure it had nothing to do with her skin color or hair color.
And speaking of which, I mean, it is something if they asked to stop using their daughter, but like, there's the mom. Mom showed up, so.
I think it was the imagery specifically, that
How do
image
you
they
not
keep
stand?
showing.
I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly,
Starting
that they
with my
stay there.
cabinet.
Violent offenders should not be released early, unlike the insurrectionists I pardoned on day one of my presidency.
Absolutely.
30 of whom have gone on to recommit crimes or be charged for earlier
Recommit crimes, you guys. You have to
including
understand.
child sex
Starting last
crimes.
summer, I
Yes.
deployed our National Guard and
I mean,
Child
it-
pornography,
it-
child
It is
sex
insane
crimes.
to
to
me
restore
that
law
the President of
and
the United States
order to
pardoned a
our
guy
most dangerous
who was then
cities,
prosecuted for child
including
sex crimes recently.
Memphis,
and as part of the
Tennessee,
prosecution,
big
apparently
success.
he had tried to
New
coax the
Orleans,
child in the
Louisiana,
crime
big
into not
success.
testifying against it, saying,
And
I'll
our
give you some of the money I'm
nation's
going to get
capital
from the
itself,
DOJ.
Washington,
No.
D.C.,
How is
will
that
have
not the
almost
biggest story
no
in the world
crime
in the age
anymore
unit?
in
I'm old enough to remember
Washington,
Willie
D.C. How
Horton.
did that happen?
But anyways, we have no opposition
No,
and a shitty
and their
liberal
lawyers,
media.
by the way, their lawyers, as they've been prosecuted for their crimes post 2021, have been saying, "Well, Trump's pardon is basically like a forever
crime
pardon."
in
And
Washington
it's like, no, that's not.
is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January.
Nice
were
try,
down
Donald Trump.
close
Murders
to
and shootings are also at a record low
100%
level in New York
from a year
at the
ago.
end of January under communist mayor Zoran Mamdani. Lowest ever level of shootings and murders in January just came out today, I think. So while he's bragging about DC and his National Guard nonsense,
They don't like
crime
to
is
say
down
that.
everywhere. And it was
One
down
of
under
the sick
Biden,
people,
too.
One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom.
Oh, at least he's going to mention her.
After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service.
I would remind
Her
people
rank
watching that
was
when she
going to
died,
be
when she was killed,
lifted. She
this
was
poor
doing
woman
so
from West
well. We were so
Virginia,
proud of her.
Donald Trump was asked about this.
But the very
and
next
he
day,
started
she
talking
was
about
on
the fact that
patrol
West Virginia voted for
near
him
the
by
White
record
House
numbers.
when she was
That was his
ambushed
reaction. I
and
saw it on the day.
shot
It was
in the head
disgusting.
by a
Again,
terrorist
we've
monster
normalized
from
this insane man
Afghanistan.
who makes
Shouldn't have been in
everything
our
about
country.
himself. If Jesse Jackson
And all
dies, it's
because
about
she wore the
himself.
uniform
If
of our
Rob
nation,
Reiner
she was
dies, it's
shot.
about himself, and he kicks Rob Reiner.
Traveled here.
If a young
She
guardswoman
didn't
is
like people
murdered,
wearing
he
our
makes it about his
uniform. She was
election
sick,
totals in her
deranged.
state.
Shouldn't have been in our country.
25th Amendment.
Sarah
Renee Good as
Beckstrom
well.
died in order
By
to
the way,
defend our
sorry,
capital.
reference Renee
And
Good
we
as
are
well.
honored to be joined
Oh,
by
yes.
her.
when he
Talked about
softened
the dad.
his
When he found
he's
out
like,
the father
oh,
was
he
a Trump
found out her dad was
That's
a
right.
Your daughter
Trump
was
I hope
a
she's
true
still- he's
American
still a fan, I think
patriot,
he
and
said.
she will
Yes,
be greatly miss. She was
verbatim.
a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything
This
like
was,
it.
by the
There's
way,
there's never been a man more narcissistic than Donald Trump. When I say that, I don't mean there's never been a president or politician. I just think any human being in the modern history of mankind, I don't think anyone's been more narcissistic than Donald John Trump.
Yeah, and this story is so devastating top to bottom because it shows just the blowback of American empire and the American
Yep.
U.S. war on Afghanistan.
This guy
and
was a
Iraq
CIA,
and
ex-CIA
beyond.
contractor, the
So
Afghan
sorry.
guy who killed
Thank
her.
you very much.
She shouldn't have been in D.C., and he
Great
certainly
young
shouldn't have
lady.
been
I
in
saw
D.C.
reports that were like perfect.
He was mentally unwell. He was reaching out for
Serving
help.
alongside
They left
Sarah
him
that
high
day
and dry.
was Staff
He was
Sergeant
trained
Andrew
basically
Wolf.
to kill.
The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly
A
make it.
U.S. trained terrorist.
Two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone. But his mother
So in
said, no,
5
no,
minutes,
Mr. President, Andrew
this will be the
fine. He's
second
going to
longest
make it."
speech in
I've never
history.
seen
It will
anything like
overtake
it. I
Bill
mean,
Clinton, who was 1 hour,
was
28
given
minutes
almost
and
no
49
chance.
seconds.
I'm going to be leaving.
She said, I have no
in
doubt, sir.
It's a
He's
good,
going
it's a
to
good
be
time to leave when
okay."
he becomes
This
the
was
second longest
a
speech in history.
conversation that I had with her that night.
You don't want to witness
Her son
history?
laying helplessly in bed.
This kind of
blood.
history?
Oh, I'll stay until we witness it.
Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay.
Sir,
The doctors
guys, we have a sir
didn't
story.
understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of
The
the
man
damage
walks around
done,
all day
neither
just
did
imagining
I.
that people call him
She
sir
was so
and cry in his
strong
presence.
and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
He's not let go of that podium all night long.
I
Can
love
point
the
that
sort
out?
of
He's
yeah,
been gripping
we're
that
like,
thing.
Gripping it with his weird hands.
Do Democratic presidents use this many props? I can't remember whether Biden
Trump's
had
the master.
some.
Do you remember in his first term when he pointed to some Navy SEALs, a widow, and Van Jones said tonight he became president? Trump's a master of this shit. It's the only thing he's good at in life. He has no skills, right? It's all about the spectacle. That's all he's good at.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
performative TV camera grabbing.
Amazing,
I wish, and that's why he respected Zohran
greatest
Mamdani, and that's
woman
why
to-
Democrats
Most
should actually
positive
take
president
a
I've ever
page out
met.
of his book.
And that's why John Stewart.
With
should run
God's
for
help,
president,
Andrew
because they
has
need
battled
someone who
back
understands
from the edge
similarly
of death.
how to
and
do spectacle.
We're talking about the edge of death. On his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see. He's a good-looking guy. Nice
Let's
to
go,
see.
handsome
Thanks, Andrew.
counter.
Yes, not that I'm into men.
Prem, you got it.
I'm not into men, but yeah. I love. Please comment on shooting victims' looks. Yes.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Damn, Trump is so jealous right now.
Didn't he just say something the other day about how brave he was that he was on a helicopter?
Yes.
Or and didn't he like straight up say like they should have given me a Purple Heart
They
for
should have
that?
given me a yeah. And he wasn't even joking. You know, he wasn't joking. He was deadly serious.
No, he was for real on that.
Oh, I think he was foreshadowing this jealousy. Then he knew he was about to give
Exactly.
this man a
He was
Purple
like,
Heart.
oh.
Very
he was told
good.
about it. He was told about it that day. Honestly, there's like
Yes,
a 80% chance
yes.
he's like, so you're gonna give this guy Purple Heart on like at like hour 132.
Yes.
Yep.
And
that's
then
when he
like
came
an
out with
hour
this.
later when he was
Love
interviewed,
you
he's
all.
like,
I should get
you know,
one.
there's a
I'm gonna
lot
give
of
one to
brave people
myself.
out
We're
there.
proudly restoring
I'm sorry,
safety for Americans.
for flying on a
at home, and
helicopter?
we are
Did you
also
see the one when
restoring
Infantino of FIFA
security
gave him the
for
fake Peace Prize?
Americans abroad.
Did you see his
Our
face?
country has never
it was
been
giddy
stronger.
score. I've never
In
seen Trump so
my
happy,
first
not
10
even when he won the
months, I
election.
ended 8 wars,
so happy to get the fake
including
prize.
Cambodia.
And Infantino talks to him like a child, says, you can wear this whenever you go out of your house.
People.
And he's like, okay.
Cambodia and Thailand.
Oh, here we go.
Pakistan and
the wars he
India
stopped.
would have been a nuclear war.
Guys, if you're a
35
Zeteo subscriber,
million
by the way, I haven't done a
people
plug tonight.
the
Everyone
Prime
watching
Minister
tonight,
of
especially on
Pakistan
YouTube,
would have
go over to
died if it were not for
Zeteo.com,
my
become a
involvement.
paid
Kosovo
subscriber to
and
Zeteo
Serbia,
so you can support independent
Israel
journalists,
and
get all of our
Iran,
content.
Egypt and
But yes, there is a
Ethiopia,
piece by me at
Armenia
Zeteo.com in
and
which I debunk this
Azerbaijan,
bullshit that he's saying right
the
now.
Congo
He did not
and
stop 8 wars.
Rwanda,
In fact, one of them is
and of
doing pretty
course,
badly
the
right now,
war
which is
in
the
Gaza,
DRC.
which proceeds at a very
Oh,
low
and the
level.
Gaza
It's
is
just
certainly
about
not
there.
over. The
And I wanna
Palestinians are
thank
being killed every single
Steve
day in Gaza.
Witkoff and Jared
There was no
Kushner
war
for
in
your
between
help. Thank
Egypt
you, Steve.
and
Thank you, Jared.
Ethiopia.
Half the countries
And-
involved are also like pissed at him. Like Modi's like, stop saying this.
The Indians
It wasn't
don't
you.
accept- Well, the Pakistanis love it though.
Well,
They
right.
called it- the Pakistani Prime Minister, who is the most sycophantic person I've ever
Yeah,
seen in the presence
yeah.
of Trump, said recently at the border peace meeting, "You are South Asia's savior."
And I
Mr.
also
President."
want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you.
Let's
little,
go.
Little Marco Vance stands up to pretend
Making
he
him
doesn't
super
care.
thirsty.
Little Marco getting bigger, baby. Let's go.
I just want to remind everyone that Marco Rubio said Donald Trump has a small penis. He said Donald Trump is a con man. He said friends don't let friends vote for con men. He said nuclear weapons should not be in
like
Donald
you.
Trump's hands. That was a
You know,
decade ago.
Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in Congress.
Saying this in front of JD Vance is funny because apparently, like, he's just kind of like polling people right now to figure out who he should endorse.
I think
can't
Axios
So he's
reporting
poking,
saying
yeah,
he's
he's
just shooting
Oh,
the breeze.
really?
Who should
yeah.
I
So
pick?
he's like
He said
poking
it's an honor
JD
that
Vance
they
right now.
feel
He's
that
like,
way,
people
right?
like you, Marco.
You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
I think that was the best ever. That is high praise.
Don't. What's great about this is
I would-
like
Now he's stepping into it.
just
I would
wait till the
remind you that-
U.S. invades Cuba.
Under the
That's
ceasefire,
all
I
he wants.
negotiated
That's all
every
Rubio
single
wants.
hostage.
I would
That's
remind
North
you
Star.
that
Dead
Donald Trump's first Secretary of
has
State, a
been
man named Rex Tillerson,
returned home.
said he
Can you
was
believe
dumb
that?
as shit. Said that about Trump.
Yes. And he's murderous, and there is no diplomacy. It's pure aggression.
Well,
There's
you've seen the reporting from Dropsite, our friends at Dropsite, who reported
Nobody
that
thought it
Rubio
was
lied to Trump and told him that Cuba was
Nobody
refusing to
thought that
negotiate,
was
where there were no negotiations happening.
Both living and dead.
Of course
and
there
those
are.
parents
'Cause they
I
don't
would
even
also
know what
remind
it-
you that
who had a
Rubio's
dead
grandfather
son,
was an
their
undocumented
boy. They'd
immigrant who
always
was
tell me
deported.
their boy. They wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. They came
What
back,
boy?
and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them.
Oh,
but I always
guys,
said
I'm
those
gonna
last
let
ones are
you.
gonna be very tough,
I'm
but
gonna
we
let
got
you
many,
handle
many
Israel
more,
Palestine
hundreds.
and whatever
But I
water
said
from
those
Francesca,
last 20 are gonna be tough.
we
got 'em
appreciate
back.
you. Thank you
We
for
only got
going
back
through this with
14
us
or
and
15
taking this pain
of the
with
dead
us
of
and the
the
thousands of
28.
people watching right now on Substack and
Believe it or
YouTube.
not,
Check out
Hamas
Francesca's show, The
worked along
Bituation
with
Room, on
Israel,
YouTube.
and they
Follow
dug,
her
and they
wherever
dug,
she
and they
is,
dug.
and we
tough-
hope to see you soon.
It's a tough
Yes,
thing to do.
frannyfio.substack.com. All
Going
right.
through bodies all
Enjoy,
over.
guys. Bye.
See
See
ya.
you
Messing
later.
up
Well, Prem and I are still
100
here
bodies
because
sometimes
we
for
are
each one
suckers
that
for
they found.
punishment, and we want to hear what
Tough
Donald Trump's
job.
saying right now.
And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared.
This is
they
now,
got it
by the
back
way,
to
Prem, the second
28.
longest
We found
speech
all
in history
28.
to
Nobody
Congress.
thought that was possible.
So
but
glad to
we
be
did
sharing
it.
this
And
with you.
Technically,
I
the
remember
longest
the
State of the Union ever. Because the
family
longest
of the
speech was, of course,
28.
last year's joint address, which
They were
wasn't a
so
State of the
Right.
Union. So technically,
but
this
they
is
were
now the
so
longest State of the
happy,
Union.
as happy as
What
it's
an honor.
possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back."
Oh, we got another
What
sir.
a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
Diehard Eagle Girl 77 on YouTube, Prem, is asking me, doesn't Ramadan mean fasting from bullshit too? Yes, it does. Yeah, but I'm not fasting technically. I'm in between fasts.
And we're working very
Trump's
hard
State
to
of the Union
end the
is not
ninth
halal.
war. The killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened.
Well,
As
you've
president,
been
I
president
will
for a
make
year,
peace
so why have you
wherever I
not
can,
stopped
but
it?
I will
Remember,
never
this is a guy who
hesitate
said he
to
would stop it on
confront
day
threats to
one.
America
He said he would stop the
wherever
war
we
with
must.
Ukraine and Russia
That's
on
why
day
in a
one. He
breakthrough
said it multiple multiple
operation
times,
last
and when he was
June,
called out on it, he said he
the
was only
United States
joking. He was
military
not joking. Go back and watch the
obliterated
videos,
Iran's
as I
nuclear
did, from
weapons program
2024.
with an attack
Live.
on Iranian soil
Here we
known
go.
as Operation Midnight Hammer.
He's bragging
I will
about his
say-
illegal attack on Iraq from last summer.
I know we're used to, like Trump just saying things and him getting away with it, whatever, but I feel like in a lot of the sort of like idiosyncratic, whatever, sometimes right-coded podcast fear. Like a lot of the
For
hosts are like
decades, it had been the
very much
policy
picking
of
up
the
on the
United
fact that
States
like
never to allow
not just all the,
anyone
not just all the
to
fake
obtain
promises,
a
but
nuclear
specifically
weapon.
when he says, "If
Any
I were
decade.
President blank," all of them are
Since
like,
they
"Wait,
seized
you've been
control of
president
that
for a year
proud
now,
nation
let alone the
47
first
years
term."
ago, the
And I think that's
regime
something that
and
actually
its
has
murderous
sunk through a
proxies
lot
have
to people. Where
spread nothing
I don't know
but
why he keeps
terrorism,
saying that.
Death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members.
This is the Iran section that we predicted was
Hundreds
coming.
of thousands and
Yeah.
even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the
Oh,
roadside bombs.
suddenly Donald Trump is pushing the
And we
old
took out
neocon line that we need to go after
Soleimani
Iran
during my
because they
first
killed
term. Had a
American
huge
soldiers
impact.
via militia
He was
proxies.
the
and
father
roadside
of the roadside bomb.
Yo, they
Brag
need to put a
about killing
camera.
Hassan
They need to
Soleimani.
put a camera on Lindsey Graham right now.
Oh, he's super excited.
He's making faces that should not be being made on the House floor right now.
And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests.
I would just remind you that the American government has
in their
never
own
accepted
country.
any death tolls out of Gaza,
They
but is
shot
happy
him,
to echo any
hung
number
him.
they hear for Iranian deaths.
We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe.
Eldon
and
Ringer
our
in the chat
bases
points out,
overseas,
he
and
did
they're
refer to
working
millions of
build
Americans being
missiles that
millions
will
of Americans
soon
being
reach
killed or maimed
the
by
United
Iran,
States
which is
of
an insane
America.
stat, which you probably just winged.
After Midnight Hammer,
Good catch.
they were
Commenter,
warned
thank
to
you.
make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular.
You know who
nuclear
else has a weapons
that they
program
continue
and isn't participating in
starting the
international
war,
treaties on
they
those
wiped it
weapons?
out and they want to
Well,
start
Iran
all
actually
over
has
again.
Israel actually has nukes. Iran
And are
does
at
not
this
have a
moment
nuclear
again
weapons
pursuing
program.
their
It's interesting. So
sinister
John Stewart mocked Donald Trump this
ambitions.
week,
We are
saying,
in
you know, last year he said it was
negotiations with them. They
obliterated.
wanna make a deal,
Is
but
he
we haven't heard
re-obliterating
those
them now?
Right, right, yeah.
But you'll
We
notice
will
they're trying to
never
deal with that. Trump just said,
have a
we told them
nuclear
not to
weapon.
rebuild it. So that is a new
My
claim now that in
preference-
the last
That is
9
new.
months they
Very good
rebuilt the
catch.
nuclear weapons program in
Yeah.
secret without anyone seeing,
Yeah.
even though it was apparently obliterated last year.
Right. Very good catch.
Such a lie. The generals are there in the front row.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy.
Okay.
But one thing is certain, I will
was a
never
nuclear
allow
deal
the
that you
world's
tore up.
#1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Then why'd you pull out of the nuclear deal? The JCPOA in 2018 that was preventing them from getting a bomb. I mean, Trump going to war with Iran will be.
And no
he's done a lot
nation
of
should
betrayals,
ever
but I can't
doubt
think of a big one.
America's resolve. We have the
And
most
Stephen
powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term.
Remember Stephen Miller posting
We're
that
going to
Kamala Harris
continue
would
to
sell
do
your boys
so.
to war in the Middle East?
Also,
Right.
just approved $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong.
We have
Because
no
hopefully
choice,
we will
apparently, Prem,
seldom
but to
have to
spend
use
$1
this
trillion on
great
the
power
Pentagon.
that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective.
Oh, serenity now, serenity now. God grant me serenity now.
So thanks to a Republican in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies, have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying, afraid of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long.
Spend it
But
then.
we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval.
76.
And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have 1776. It's going to. I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said 1776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our
What do you mean
law
we call it
enforcement.
that?
We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't
We
get
love our
mentioned
military,
enough.
says the
We
man who
love our
famously called
firemen.
them suckers and losers.
We're also
We love our firemen. That's why we're giving them new jobs
We're
by
also
lighting
restoring
California on
American
fire.
security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests
here we go,
and defend
Don
our
Roe
country
doctrine.
from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years,
He'll say
large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled
Mexico.
by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
It's a good thing you have an expert on cartels like Marco Rubio in the cabinet. I'm glad he's talking to.
And with our
those
new
closest to the
military
situation.
campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our
Allegedly.
country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that.
Where Dookie on YouTube says he's slowly becoming
Very
one with the
seriously
podium.
damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore.
He hasn't let go of it.
We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January,
By the way, folks, those Caribbean strikes, they're still doing them. And they've
January,
killed
elite American
over
warriors carried out
160
one
people
of the most
now, I believe.
complex, spectacular feats
the
of
other day, they
military
murdered a few more.
competence and
Yeah, they're just
power
happening in the background now.
in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive. Very
I won't tell you who because they never called.
they
They
all
don't
watched.
exist,
They saw
and they're
what
not in the
happened.
room with him right now.
This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby. Because we did that. My baby. It's becoming so important.
Elon's somewhere punching the air right now. That's such a good delayed applause line. Standing up like 7 seconds
And
later. 'cause
America's
everyone's like,
armed
"What's Space
forces
Force?"
overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
Because that's what MAGA voted for.
And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States. And it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to
Oh, he likes
unleash
Delcy.
extraordinary economic gains for
Calls her a terrific
both of
person.
our countries and to bring
partner,
new hope
Venezuela.
to those who have suffered
Literally
so
the
terribly.
same government, just
They
without
really
Maduro.
did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
It's a lot of TV show, reality show entrances. They're not just sitting there. They have to
Yeah.
come on down, like The Price is Right.
Yeah, it was very programmed. It does seem like because there wasn't actually that much he can actually brag about, they had all of this not just to fill the time, but to actually break the record. Like as many applause lines as possible. The least amount of substance speaking as possible, obviously.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation,
Just
protected
to be clear,
by
guys,
thousands
Richard
of soldiers
Nixon
and guarded by
gave the shortest
Russian
State of the
and
Union
Chinese
speech ever in
military
1972, just under
technology.
30 minutes.
How
It
did
can
that
be
work
done.
out? Not too good.
Instead, Trump has exceeded Bill
While
Clinton's
preparing
1.5
to
hour
land,
speech
enemy
tonight to be the
machine guns
longest SOTU
fired from
ever.
every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, the helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the
give me Trump
warriors
from the
aboard,
rally, for God's sake. At
the
least that
exact
Trump
right
knows how to tell a
spot, which
story.
was vital
The
to
one
the
who reads
mission.
this Stephen
Probably
Miller
would
shit
have
on the
happened.
prompter is just
Maybe
boring as hell.
cancel the mission if that didn't happen.
So
Eric
if Democrats
told
take
his
back the
co-pilot,
House,
also
you're telling me
wounded,
that it's going to be
but not
J.D.
as
Vance and
bravely
Hakeem
to
Jeffries behind him during the
take
speech? Like,
over.
absolutely. Trump is
about
going to, like,
ready to
turn
pass
around
out.
and, like, just do a
The
bunch
success of the
of
entire mission and
who
the
knows what
lives
at
of
Hakeem.
You remember
warriors
famously
hinge
Nancy
on
Pelosi
Eric's
tearing up the
ability
paper.
to take
Right. Like, I think, like, you
searing
know,
pain. It was
ultimately, he has some sort of respect for Nancy
unbelievable what's
Pelosi.
happened to
If
his
Hakeem
legs.
Jeffries is back there,
of the bullets and keep on flying.
I don't think he has any respect for Hakeem Jeffries.
Landing.
No.
People knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
More programming. Is this just like...
As we discussed earlier with Francesca, they've got nothing else to talk about.
Exactly.
Fundamentally.
Is he trying to break the record also to show that he still has stamina?
That's one thing I wondered is like,
right?
To show he can stay out late.
And the best way to do that is just by having like 27 like guest appearances.
Well, do you remember
and
at the
27
RNC
USA chants.
Also, at the RNC, if memory serves me correctly, didn't he do the really late night speech that went on forever?
Oh, yeah.
On a random side note,
So we have
Kamala
a surprise.
Harris told a
Eric
Substack
and
host
Amy.
today that she might run for
In
president.
recognition of Eric's actions,
She might run for president?
She asked her, "Are you going to run?" And she said, "I might."
I would now like to ask
That's the
General
closest she's come to
Jonathan
confirming all the
Braga
rumors that she's.
to
I mean, I don't think
present
she should
Chief
for many
Warrant
reasons.
Officer
Also
Slover
for her own self.
with our
It's gonna be
nation's
embarrassing for
highest
her
military
to go through
award, the
this
Congressional
primary
Medal
process.
of Honor.
She's already polling terribly as the previous nominee.
I mean, she leads, but she doesn't have a huge lead.
It's like the loosest possible lead as someone who is just ostensibly
Pure-
like
pure
the
name
ringleader.
recognition. Yeah, just because she's there. I mean, we know she runs horrific campaigns. She crashed and burned in 2020, pulled out before a single vote was cast. She obviously fought with Joe Biden, and Joe Biden then sucked up to them and got back on the ticket. She wasn't a very good campaigner in 2024.
What's
The
the
idea that she
pitch
would run-
when you go on the debate stage and there's 10 people from like the most moderate person possible to whichever progressive is up there, all saying, A, you lost, B,
You lost
you
to
said...
Donald Trump, second time Trump.
Yeah, right.
You lost every swing state.
Yeah. What's the pitch?
The pitch is, I was vice president, you must bow to me.
Of
Yeah,
an
it's a good-
administration that lost.
Also, who's her team? Who's giving her the strategy? Who's showing her path to victory? We know the team that she inherited from Biden and didn't change. They all thought it was a whole disaster.
Yeah, who's in her ear now saying this is a good idea?
I'm guessing still her sister and brother-in-laws.
Well, thank you
People
very
blame her
much,
brother-in-law
Eric
for
and
being the
Amy.
guy. He's the Uber guy,
Great to get
literally
to
from
know
That's
Uber,
right.
who
with
pulled
them
her
and
away
Tony
from a
West.
more
their
populist economic
fellow
messaging
warriors at Fort
campaign.
Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it
Here we
back.
go.
brought it
Donald
back.
Trump's talking about
We
Fort
won the
Bragg.
First World
He's
War
literally
with
got
it.
nothing to say. That is
World War
that is the
with it.
theme
And then
of
they
this
decide
speech.
to
She's got
change the
nothing
name.
to say.
So we
Which
changed
also
it back.
isn't a great thing to name check right now either.
And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night
mean,
of victory
all he's done
will
tonight is
also
give us
be
some fake
receiving medals
stats
at a
on
private
investment
ceremony
numbers,
that will soon be held at the
lie
White
about
House.
inflation, and then the rest of the speech is
Eric
being
will
a
be
bunch of
there.
fucking anecdotes, random people in the gallery, random people in the audience, and calling the Democrats crazy.
It's all just so half-baked and so juiceless. It's like insulting in a way.
That's what happens when you put Stephen Miller in charge of your political strategy. John Favreau over at Crooked has been making this point for a while. I mean, they're going to get destroyed in the midterms, and the one person who should be blamed internally at the White House, whether
Thank
he
you,
will be
Eric.
is a different issue, is
That's
Stephen
a
Miller.
big one.
Yeah, because it's obviously the
Tonight
policy
we've
nightmares, but also it's like
celebrated
the
many truly
rhetoric.
extraordinary American
Like it's not
patriots.
just like, oh, it's like
There is
offensive and
one
dangerous.
last
Like it's also
living
just like
legend
so
of
dull.
the
Like it's not
Bullock.
Trump's
He is
forte,
one
the
more
kind of stuff that Stephen
heroic
tells him to
American
say.
No, he's not a
aviator.
smart guy. I was speaking to a
Navy
Democratic member
fighter
of Congress
pilot
tonight at the
Royce
Defiance
Williams
rally that I
served
spoke
in
at
World
earlier.
War II,
And I said, look,
Korea,
thank God we have dumb
Vietnam,
fascists. If we
flying
had
more
smart
than
fascists, we'd be screwed.
220
Like, the
missions.
smart fascists would be doing
In
all
the
the
skies
fascist
over
shit,
Korea in
but talking a good
1952.
game.
Royce was in
They
the
wouldn't be like killing Americans
dogfight
and then going, they're domestic
of a
terrorists.
lifetime. Legendary
Well, speaking of talking, I
Flying
think we
through
have some breaking news here,
blizzard
Mehdi. If you look at the
conditions,
time,
his
if you look at
squadron
the
was ambushed
clock.
by 7
Oh, is
Soviet
it the record?
Is
Is
We're
it
watching
the record?
history, baby.
Despite being massively
Wow,
outnumbered in that
congratulations,
Royce
Donald J. Trump.
led the takedown
You have
of
given the
4
longest
enemy
ever,
jets
not
and
just State of the Union
almost
speech,
destroyed the
but
others,
also the longest speech ever delivered to
vanquishing his
Congress.
adversaries
And on
while
that note,
taking
Swin Soupsang, our senior political
263
correspondent,
bullets
looking wonderfully
to his own
clean-shaven
plane
tonight,
being
joins us.
seriously hurt.
Swin.
The story was secret for
Donald
over
Trump
50
is a
years. He
record
didn't
breaker.
even
He's done
want to
something. He's
tell his
broken a
wife, but
record.
the
What a
legend
record to
grew and
break.
grew. But
I'm-
tonight,
I'm
at 100
so
years
bored.
old,
I'm so
this brave
fiendishly
Navy
bored right
captain
now.
is finally getting the recognition he
what a record.
deserves.
But it's 1 hour 40
He was
minutes
a
cross,
legend
Swin.
long
It's so
before this
exciting.
evening.
Yeah, we only have 16
Royce, please
more
stand up,
hours
and
of
I
this
will ask
Nikolai
the First Lady of the
Ceausescu
United
speech
States
left to
present
go.
Captain Royce
That
Williamson
Donald guy, he's got the
Congressional
stamina
Medal
of a
Honor.
horse.
I mean, that's the first time he's let go of that podium that I've seen. Yeah, Donald Trump gave a speech last year that was 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 32 seconds. He has crossed that now. This is now officially the longest speech in American history delivered to Congress. I'll be honest, this is so bad that I would prefer to listen to Benjamin Netanyahu address Congress right now.
Yeah, this is pretty terrible.
I mean, so I took a little bit of an interim before returning to this Klan rally currently being superimposed on Capitol Hill. Maybe I dipped out for about 10 minutes, not too long after he started dedicating it basically to being a 2 minutes hate about Somalis in America.
Yeah.
Did we miss anything particularly exciting? Did he talk about how rip-roaring the economy supposedly
No, he did that at the beginning, got it out of the way, told
That
his
was
lies. I
earlier.
was just telling Swin, this speech is basically like a bunch of fake numbers about investment and inflation, and then a number of random awards to people, some pointless anecdotes. Give me Donald Trump campaign rally, Swin, right? Donald Trump campaign rally is insane and unhinged, but it's certainly not boring. You can call it a lot of things, but it's not boring. This is fucking boring.
A lot of them are, though. I would say that this looks a lot like many of his 2024 campaign trail rallies.
No, he has jokes, Swin.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm defending Donald Trump. I'm going to have to go take a
one-liners.
shower at midnight right now.
Did he appoint J.D. Vance to anything new?
No, but he
Well,
endorsed
actually-
Marco Rubio. He said Marco Rubio is the greatest Secretary of State in American history. And everyone stood for Marco Rubio, including J.D. Vance.
He's like,
Can't
Marco, a
believe he
lot of
didn't
people
say
like
Hillary
you.
Clinton.
A lot of people like you, Marco. Yeah, wait, that's true. That's a slam
Wow,
on
this,
Hillary.
this standing ovation is still going.
He's trying to get those numbers up. He wants to get 2 hours.
Thank
Please
you,
don't give
Royce,
us
and
2
thank
hours.
you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional
Just-
Medal of Honor, but
Oh, here
I
we
was
go.
informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself. And
There
I
you
wouldn't
go.
know
There's the
why
line
I'd be
again.
taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday.
Yo.
What is more insane, that he says he wants a medal he can't have, or that he thinks he would just be able to have it if there wasn't a law against
Eric,
it?
thank you.
And I like that he's like inviting like some random Republican from like South Carolina to introduce a bill to like remove the requirement or whatever.
Never has there been a man more thirsty for medals and prizes that he doesn't deserve.
Swin, I'm curious because like I want to like think Trump is
Thank
more
you.
complicated in some way. But like we were talking about this earlier, and we
250
talk about this all
years
the time,
is
just
a
like
long time
how
of a
no, but
lifetime
just the
nation.
sense of like
But in
how
other
much
sense,
like
it's really a
it seems
mere
like the
moment in
only
the eye
thing he
of
likes
history.
is like a shiny
Two of the
medal.
gentlemen we
Like,
met
can you
in
speak
the gallery
to
this evening
his
took
psychology a
their
bit, or like
first
what people
breaths
tell you
1 century
about
ago.
what motivates him to get out of
100 years
bed?
Before that, on July
I mean, that's
4th,
mostly it.
1826,
He's
the author of
swamp
the
creature
Declaration of
composed almost entirely of a
Independence,
drive for
brilliant.
self-aggrandizement.
Thomas Jefferson
That drives
drew his
everything.
last breath.
Like there are a small
Just
set
a
of
single
world
long human
historical
lifespan separates
egotists
the
that we read
giants
about
who declared
on Wikipedia
and won
or,
our independence
our
from the
history
heroes who
textbooks,
stand
and
among us
he
tonight.
is definitely among them.
Everything
Like,
our
it
nation
doesn't
has done,
get
everything
much
we have achieved,
more complicated.
has been the
than
work of
that.
those
It's
few
boring.
great
It's,
lifetimes.
it's at
In
the
those
same
brief
time
chapters,
like,
Americans built
historically
this nation
perverse,
from
farcical,
13
and
humble
highly
colonies
consequential. And
into the
those
pinnacle
sort
of
things
human
should be dumped in a
civilization and
cauldron
human
that produces
freedom.
something
The
exciting for
strongest,
written by
wealthiest,
lightning
most
in
powerful,
history.
most
And
successful
yet it's
nation
not.
in all of
It is
history.
like a bad episode
Americans
of
ventured
season
out
6 of
across
Celebrity
the
Apprentice.
daunting,
Not
dangerous
more
continent.
complicated than that.
We carved paths
Yeah.
through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous wild
But also, when he was
west.
talking about sports earlier in the
From
night,
empty
and
marshes and
FIFA or
wide open
soccer or whatever,
plains, we raised
I
up
was actually
the
surprised he
world's
didn't bring up
greatest
the
cities.
prize, the Peace
Together we
Prize.
mastered
He
the
was awarded
world's
that.
mightiest
I was
industries,
waiting for that to happen.
shattered histories,
I was on the edge of my
monstrous
seat.
tyrannies,
It never happened.
and we
I
liberated
was very
millions
He's
from
just so
the
humble.
chains of fascism,
Yes.
communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets
I
powered
know
by
they don't.
sheer
I know the
American
Republican Party and
will
their
and
leader
unyielding
does not
American
care
pride.
about democracy.
We
or
wired
telling
the
them to vote
globe
like
with
that. When
our
he used
ingenuity.
phrases
We
like Stephen
captivated the
Miller
planet
approved
with
the White House
American
phrases in this
culture. And now we are
laboriously
pioneering the
boring,
next great American
stupid speech,
breakthroughs that will
like
change
tearing
the
children out
entire
of
world.
parents' arms.
All of this
and
and
something
so
so you
much
can, like,
more
rail
is the
against
enduring
trans people or
legacy,
whatever the point of that
unmatched
secular
glory
speech was. Like
of the hardworking patriots who built
some of the
and
least
defended this
self-aware
country
people that have ever
and who
ascended
still
to the
carry the
level
hopes and
of
freedoms
power and government that you can
on
write
all
that
of humanity's
while you are doing
backs.
basically
For
nothing
years
but
they
making the
were
economy
forgotten,
worse
betrayed,
and
and cast
tearing
aside.
child after
But that
child
great
after
betrayal is
grandchild
over, and they
out
will
of the
never be
arms of their
forgotten
families
again.
all
Yes.
across the country.
Because when the world needs courage,
Yeah, it's so
daring,
insulting.
vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets
Dakotas,
of
Prem.
Philadelphia
Keep
to right
them
here in
out
our
of your
nation's
filthy
capital,
mouth.
Washington,
Keep
D.C.
my-
The golden age of America
You
is
can have
upon
South
us.
Dakota. That's
The
fine.
revolution that began
South
in
is fine.
1776
I'm not connected to South
has not
Dakota,
ended.
baby.
It still
My wife-
continues
Tucker, North
because
Dakota's
the flame
proudest
of
export.
liberty and independence
My
still burns in the
wife
heart
and her
of
family here
every
in
American
Ohio, where I'm
patriot.
sitting right now,
And our
reference
future
all the
will
time
be
how much I
bigger,
rail against
better,
South
brighter,
Dakota, not
bolder, and
because
more
of their
glorious than
the noxious
ever
politics that
before.
come out of
Thank
there.
you.
and
God
the
bless you.
disrespect.
And
Here we
God
go.
bless
Sorry to
America.
interrupt. We're done. He broke the record and he shut the fuck up.
Wait, but he stopped before 2 hours?
No, he doesn't have the stamina anymore.
Yo. Wait, that's crazy too because they planted stories saying it'll be 2 to 2.5 hours and then only getting 145. That's cringe.
Is he going to shake John Fetterman's hand again?
I mean,
Are
yeah,
gonna,
they
like,
I hope
bragged
so.
it'll be
have a
2 to
hug?
3 hours. Exactly. They kind of spun us in the wrong direction.
Cringe. Yo, he failed expectations. That's cringe.
But anyway,
doesn't have
complete a thought. I hate the food in South Dakota. We can talk about that more. Okay.
So now he's shaking his hands. We know there's going to be a Democratic response from Abigail Spanberger. I called it days in advance. I knew the Democrats would pick either her or Mikey Sherrill. She's the governor of Virginia, just won a race quite comfortably in an important state for the Democrats. She's a former CIA agent. She's a former House member. And she is going to give the Democratic response. We will keep an eye on that. John Harwood, Zeteo columnist, veteran political commentator, will be joining us shortly. But Prem and Swin, dare I ask, what do you make of that speech?
I'll go quickly. I think we're going to be writing more about this in the morning. It's Zeteo.com. But look,
First draft.
It was incredibly boring. There was so much implicit and explicit begging in this that it often sounded like President Gil Gunderson from The Simpsons instead of President Donald Trump. He just kept begging over and over and over again the American people who keep blaming him for the shitty economy and everything else that's going on in the country. Please don't hate me. Please like me. Please blame sleepy Joe Biden and the corrupt Democrats. Leave me alone. So there were like things that were unintentionally funny about the speech, especially how soporific and sleepy it was without a hint of self-awareness.
Yes.
But I think all of that threatens to mask the fact that this was the most openly racist State of the Union I have seen in my entire life. And I'm sure many people who are watching, who are perhaps older than I am, have seen within at least decades of American life. I don't want to get too melodramatic about how repulsive it was, but that midsection, the core of the speech, maybe the part that Donald Trump got giddiest about, where he turned it into basically a reality TV-ified Klan rally, was atrocious. It was an abomination, and millions upon millions upon millions of Americans are subject to this televised abomination.
that we just witnessed. And I'll search for more.
Let me just, before I go to Prem, let me just read out the line. He says that he's going to, and he said, I'm officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done, and if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. Ridiculous thing to say, by the way. That's the kind of money you're talking about. No, we're not. We'll balance our budget. No, we won't. The Somali pirates, he says, who ransacked Minnesota, remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm. Yeah, it's called the Oval Office, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. So much racism and nonsense in that statement. Prem.
I first totally agree with both of your points that, like, we cannot understate how viciously racist and disgusting the speech was. It also feels so much like the dying whispers of whatever's left of this party, insofar as, like, I think of last year that, I think it was New York Mag or whichever magazine cover that suggested, you know, the Republicans are the cool kids club now. And that lasted a very short amount of time, I think largely just because of the manifestations and fruition of what this party was going to do anyways. But there is no needle moving out of this. Like, nothing from this speech will put any water on all the fires this administration is currently facing. There's nothing affirmative or interesting or exciting or even just challenging about what they're presenting. And I think what makes this more almost just simply sad in a way was how robotic the, you know, Republican side of the chamber was in their applause. Like, of course, that's not a surprise. You know, this party is completely subservient to Trump. It has been ever since he
The chair
had his rise
declares
in
the joint
2016.
session of the two houses now dissolved.
I think it's a key point that he didn't do anything to put out any fires. This is
Nothing.
classic Trump.
Nothing.
He has no interest in engaging with critics. He has no interest in persuading people who are persuadable. He has no interest, of course, in uniting the country. What a ridiculous thing to even say anywhere in the vicinity of Donald Trump. And therefore, his numbers continue to crash. And they're behaving like a party that doesn't need to worry about poll ratings because they know maybe that there's not going to be another free and fair election.
That's exactly it. I will just say it's interesting that the most zealous thing that they have been committed to amid all the crises they're facing is strictly and only the Save America Act. Because that is their last branch to have any sense of saving face. Because they know there's nothing about them that excites people or interests people. Like, it's all just either blatantly terrible or just off-putting. And everything about them is off-putting.
I know we do a lot of mainstream
For what purpose
media
does the gentleman
critique
from
for
Louisiana
bashing
seek
Zeteo,
recognition?
as we
Mr.
should.
Speaker, I move that the message of the president be
what a
referred
winner.
to the
Hold on,
committee of the
Swin.
whole.
Let's get
on the
rid of
State
Steve
of the
Scalise
Union
off the
and
screen. No one
pre-ordered
needs to see
printing.
this. If
Without
we
objection.
still want to stick around for the Democratic response, we will. But for now, Swin, go on.
If you watched a lot of the commentary on network TV, on cable news and elsewhere, leading up to the very moments of Donald Trump walking into that chamber to deliver this so-called address, so many people were saying, okay, his numbers are tanking, maybe not on the border, but when it comes to Renee Good and Alex Preddy, there's so much that the American people are concerned about when it comes to his immigration agenda, something that used to be a strong suit and a very well-polling thing for him. There was so much of this that I was consuming, including on ABC News in the run-up earlier tonight, where it really made it sound like the American people in poll after poll are telling Donald Trump, oh, if it weren't just for Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota and their extrajudicial killings, we'd be all for what you were doing on the border and in terms of deportations. It's not. It's not. His numbers are crashing on not just the extrajudicial killings, but on immigration across the board. Even his numbers on the border have started to get soft. So there's this idea in too much of the American commentariat and media that if only he could refine himself around the edges, his mass deportation agenda would be as popular as it was polling in mid and early 2024. That's not the case at all. It is an across the board 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 unpopular agenda, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, in a way that the American media has not caught up to because they're living in a fucking bubble.
Indeed. And on that note, let's bring in John Harwood, Zeteo columnist, veteran political journalist, ex-CNN, ex-CNBC, has interviewed a bunch of presidents of the United States. So I've got to start with the obvious question, John. What did you make of that performance from that president?
It was grotesque. This is a president who
has not helped the country. He's actually hurt the country. People know it. That's why his approval rating's at 36% in the most recent CNN poll. And he tried to cover that by telling lurid stories designed to inspire hate in particular groups of people. And he tried to bask in the reflected glory of heroes. This, as a president who himself is a criminal, himself is a draft dodger, himself has been adjudicated guilty of sexual assault, and he made so many absurd claims. Almost everything he said that was narrowly sounding factual was made up. You know, things like, I inherited the largest inflation in history and now I've cut it down. No, that didn't happen. We were members of his MAGA base. So the good news is this is not going to make any difference. State of the Unions don't move the needle anymore. And particularly when the American people are watching a president, to the extent that anybody tuned in or stayed in for the entire 2 hours, they're not going to be persuaded that what they're experiencing in their own lives is wrong because they listened to this disturbed president rant for 2 hours.
Prem, you mentioned that earlier as well. This idea of like moving the needle. Like, you've got to wonder, who are these people who work in the Trump White House? I'm going to come to Swin in a moment, who talks to a lot of these people on a daily basis. But the idea that Stephen Miller and co. would sit around and say, this 2-hour screed is what's going to return our poll numbers from the mid-30s to the high 40s.
I mean, to me, this should hopefully, for any observer, be the final sort of nail in the coffin of the illusion that, like, the right-wing movement in America is interested in this mythical practice of mind changing. I mean, you know, they were honoring Charlie Kirk tonight as, you know, once again, someone that they hail as like this king of discourse. Everything about this movement is actively anti-political. It's anti-political in terms of civil discourse, of meeting your fellow person where they are and trying to understand them better. It's also anti-political in the sense that they're not interested in like genuinely presenting a worldview and changing someone's mind. I mean, it's all about imposition. It's all about forcing, you know, themselves down our throats. Something, of course, many of these people, unfortunately, have a lot of experience with and all the vicious actions they've done in their pasts. And so, I mean, I don't know. To me, my hope, given how much they're behaving like they're not afraid of elections, is that the masses in this country can at least understand that they deserve some self-respect and dignity, that A, they shouldn't have to put their names behind this viciousness, and B, you ought to have, you know, politicians respect you enough to at least try to change your mind on things.
So on that, Swin, what is the theory of change in the Trump White House, on the Trump team, in terms of midterms, in terms of let's park 2020, let's just deal with November midterms. Is it the case that they just think, well, we've lost, fuck it, it's midterms, president always loses? Is it the case, actually, the SAVE Act and ICE at the polls are going to allow us basically to rig these elections or suppress the vote? Or is it, number three, we actually think this nonsense Trump said tonight about fraud and Somalis and $18 trillion of investment works on the American people?
To differing degrees, it's a little bit of a column A, it's a little bit of column B, and it's a little bit of column C. But I'm going to start with column B because I think that's crucial in terms of whether it's the redistricting wars that early last year Donald Trump started, and now it looks like the Democrats are actually winning that fight. When it comes to their flirtation with the idea of sending armed thugs to the polls in November, when it comes to the SAVE Act, when it comes to what different state Republican parties are doing at Donald Trump's behest in terms of trying to skew future election results and processes in their direction. I could go on and on and on, including but not limited to how Donald Trump is currently rigging the U.S. intelligence apparatus to try to justify or somehow legitimize his conspiracy election-related bullshit about the 2020 election, so he can keep trying to rig elections in the future. The Republican Party and Donald Trump are throwing everything and the kitchen sink at the American people between now and November to try to skew the election in their direction for a 2026 midterms that they all know, whether they publicly admit it or not, they are currently on track to getting their asses handed to it.
And I should remind people watching that, of course, Joe Biden didn't get his ass handed to him in the 2022 midterms, which at the time was kind of, wow, that's impressive, and filled Democrats with a lot of confidence. In hindsight, probably made them hold on to Joe Biden longer than they should have done. But
way too confident.
Exactly, a conversation for another day. But John, something I said when Trump walked out, I said to Prem and Francesca earlier tonight, when he walked out and they said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States," or the pomp and circumstances of the State of the Union. That, for me, we are, 11 years into Donald Trump being on the public stage. We are 5 years into Donald Trump's 2 presidencies. I'm still the guy who goes, really? And John, I'm sorry, I'm going to make an age reference here. You probably understand this age reference. Swin and Prem won't. But to me, it feels like Bobby Ewing at the end of that Dallas series. I want him to come out of the shower and say, it was all a dream. This can't be real, can it? As someone who has dealt with actual real presidents, grown-up people, normal people, dare I say, what do you think when you hear President of the United States coming out? Do you rub your eyes with disbelief?
I think about how much Donald Trump has degraded our national life, degraded the national government, degraded the Republican Party. It's actually a pitiful display because, in the past, even presidents are partisan figures, okay? And so they act in partisan ways, Democrat and Republican. But they all had some modicum of dignity, of respect for the American system, respect for democracy, respect for civil discourse. Donald Trump is so crude and so dishonest and so nakedly incompetent. It is it's a spectacle that I'll never get used to seeing. And I think Prem earlier made the point that's the right one. They don't have reason. They don't have rationality. They don't have facts. The only thing that they have is blunt force. Force exerted on the Republican Party to do what Donald Trump wants, and the force that Donald Trump can exert on American communities using thugs looking for immigrants or potentially trying to interfere with the election. I think that there's some reason to hope that the breadth of his opposition is sufficient to, and the fact that courts are beginning more than they had before to stand up, that he is not going to be able to apply force to tilt the outcome of this election, but we're going to have to see.
Swin?
Something I want to add to what we were talking about earlier. Yes, there is an element of, okay, how can we try to rig 2026 as much as possible? Yes, there is an element of wishful thinking and denial about how bad things are getting in certain upper echelons of Trump world. But something else that I think our audience should keep in mind is one of the reasons they are acting the way they are from a political, rhetorical, and policy standpoint is because some of the more self-aware ones in the upper orbit of Trumplandia and the White House know that the midterms are probably going to be a bloodbath electorally for them. They're not sure exactly how much. 2018, more than 2018, maybe a little bit less severe. We shall see. But they have calculated, and if you talk to senior administration officials, as we do every week here at Zeteo, about where their head's at on this, some of them will candidly say, okay, we don't have that much time until we lose the House and maybe even the Senate.
Yeah.
So we need to do what we need to do between now and then, including with our immigration and militarized crackdowns across the country. So the thing that is sinking them even further in the polls and potentially making 2026 even more of an electoral bloodbath for them is the very thing that they see as the objective to get done between now and early next year when the new Congress is sworn in.
Before I bring Prem back in, John, Swin's mentioned a couple of times now the midterms and the bloodbath. The fact that the Senate is even in play is astonishing. We had a poll out today that Graham Plattner would wipe the floor, not just with Janet Mills, the sitting governor in a Democratic primary, but even Susan Collins, who so many people, including yours truly, are desperate to see the back of. Let me ask you this, John. that would mean that Chuck Schumer would be majority leader again, and Hakeem Jeffries would be speaker for the first time. A lot of people out there, including me, are not sure that they're up to the task of holding Trump to account and stopping the ICE excesses and fighting for free and fair elections in 2028. You know both men. What could they do, in your view, to restrain the Trump brute force that you laid out earlier?
Well, there's budgetary constraints. They can affect how money is spent. There's the investigative apparatus of the Congress, which they can wield against the president. I think if they take the Senate, they can block his nominees. Now, he'll try to figure out ways to get actings and recess appointments and that sort of thing in. But he can be slowed down in stacking the judiciary, stacking his administration, staffing his administration, and changing budget priorities in the way that he wants to do. So I think that they would make quite a large difference. Obviously, the only thing that's going to make a comprehensive difference is if you elect a different president in 2028.
And that's the big question: a different president from a different party, let alone Trump. Prem, you mentioned earlier right-wing podcasters, or the people, or the podcasters who don't say they're right-wing but ended up endorsing Donald Trump. If you're Joe Rogan, if you're Andrew Schultz, if you're Theo Von to a lesser extent, and you watch this speech tonight, you're not reassured at all on the Epstein front, because of course Epstein didn't get a mention, as you and I said it wouldn't. And of course you get the neocon Iran line that he just dished out. Bigger state sponsor of terrorism, can't have nuclear weapon, all the usual talking points. That part of the MAGA base is surely not reassured tonight.
Not at all. And I know, there's been a lot of folks who might have their qualms with, podcasters or prominent figures who either didn't say anything or were actively in support of Trump. I think for our purposes and for my purposes specifically, I at least see them, or at least their audiences, as earnest operators as much as I can. And I think insofar as I can deduce them as being earnest, anything that they're compassionate or sort of interested in was not addressed tonight, or it was made worse. I mean, we were talking about this on the live stream. There was no sense at any point of this speech that he was actively trying to put water on any of the fires that are currently, as Swin is saying, making his administration so bad and potentially so toxically bad that they're making it even more bad by trying to do everything that they can before the election. And so I think, for as far as I can determine, that those people in those spheres, whether they're actual podcasters or listeners, none of this tonight would have moved them an inch. Either they're kind of still off put, or at least confused, or maybe just disinterested now, or at worst they're actively pretty radicalized against this guy and a lot of what he represents. I mean, I think obviously the best time for someone to see the villainy and just horrors of this pedophilic administration was yesterday. The next best time is today. And so if people come to that decision now, that's better than nothing. And I think that is happening.
Well, Medi, you mentioned Andrew Schultz a moment ago, and I know he's just one of a number of these rogues galleries of individuals, but he is now pretty avowedly and openly anti-Trump. Like Joe Rogan will every once in a while say a thing here and there, same with Theo Von, about things that make them uncomfortable about the current era. But no, Andrew Schultz is kind of a figurehead right now about the contingent of the individuals and the influencers you're talking about, who is just done a dramatic break. Said, no, I'm not for this at all, 110%, would not vote for him.
And it seems to be a mixture of Epstein and Iran.
Yeah, and the secret police, the ICE thugs, the murders, and I mean, yes, at the end of the day, he's just an avatar. He's just a guy. He's a comic, whatever he wants to be called. But it is representative of the Gen Z voters and the young men who helped put Donald Trump over the top in late 2024, who poll after poll after poll recently has shown are aggressively drifting away from this administration.
We were told by the very serious people, as Paul Krugman calls them, that the youth vote had realigned for the Republican Party. We were seeing brand new coalitions. That didn't last even 12 months. John, I want to give you the last word on a broader topic than Trump before we wrap tonight, because it's been a long night. But I want to say, we keep talking about Trump, but let's not forget the Republican Party that created Trump, enabled Trump, continues to carry water for Trump in the worst of situations. Ilhan Omar heckled Trump tonight and said, "You're killing Americans." And the GOP turned and shouted, "USA, USA" at her. We know what they have said about Somalis, what they've said about Ilhan Omar, what they've said about Rashida Tlaib. Al Green tonight was removed from a second Trump speech in Congress running after holding up a very appropriate sign saying black people are not apes. Because Donald Trump, just a couple of weeks ago, I know it feels like 2,000 years ago, posted an image of the Obamas as gorillas and really never apologized. The Republican Party in all of this, that's the real story. I mean, historians will look back and look at this Carnival Barker. They'll look at this guy from Home Alone 2. They'll look at the damage he did. But fundamentally, he took the Republican Party with him, and they allowed themselves to be taken for this ride.
That's right. And they were on this ride before Donald Trump came along. The Republican Party's moral and intellectual collapse has been going on for quite a long time. The root cause was the decision during the height of the civil rights movement to embrace white Southerners' resistance to civil rights and milk that for votes. And as the country has drifted closer and closer to becoming a majority-minority country, which is going to happen, the intensity of the political exploitation, the demagoguery has increased. You remember when Barack Obama was reelected, the Republican Party leadership said we have to change, we have to modernize, we have to reach out to other voters, and Trump came and steamrolled that process. So we're now in a situation where they're not popular, he's not popular, they have a narrow majority, they are keeping in Congress somebody who had a sexual affair and browbeat an aide to the point that she set herself on fire and killed herself, and they are not pressing him to resign because that might cost them their majority in Congress. Yeah. It is a completely amoral institution at this point, and I think it's headed for a very major defeat, and I think that needs to happen for the good of the country.
The good of the country, the good of their party, the good of the world. Watching this, to people abroad, do as we wrap this up, do stick in the chat where you're watching from. I know we've got a lot of subscribers watching globally. People are up early in the UK and elsewhere watching in Australia. I think the world needs this to happen. The world needs the Republican Party to be defeated. Although what that defeat looks like, we don't know, given the question mark around free and fair elections. I want to end on a high point. I don't really have a high point. What I would say is congratulations to all of you who made it this far tonight. I don't know why you stayed so long, but I appreciate your loyalty and your devotion to the Zeteo cause. Donald Trump was difficult to watch tonight. I would have preferred to hear him on shark attacks and Arnold Palmer, but instead we got him on fake numbers and random awards and prizes. Prem, Swin, John Harwood, it's a pleasure. Thank you all for joining me tonight. We had Francesca Fiorentini earlier. If you're not a paid subscriber to Zeteo, what the hell are you doing? It's late night. Just go on quickly and become a paid subscriber. Support independent journalism, because I can trust me, if you go on cable news right now, you don't want to see what they're saying about the Trump speech. Have a great night. Thank you all for joining us.